YouTube button. So if you wanted to send that link to your family, you can click copy. And Ruben, I'm gonna make you host again. Yes. And you should probably just make someone co-host so that in case you lose connection, the meeting doesn't close.
Look, would you like?
Yeah, sure.
Let me just make this here. Okay, co-host. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. Thank
No
you for the
problem.
technical things. Okay,
Good
Nick.
luck with your review today. See you later.
Thank you. Adnan, I don't know if you are. Adnan, could you
Yes,
hear us?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, Albert, if you want, we can start. The rest of the reviewers, they just told me that they will just join us later. So let me just share my screen. I have just a very brief introduction. Okay, so the first thing that I would like just to say is to thank you for our reviewers for being here today. I have already sent you just an extended video of all the reviewers, so which is on the final booklet that I sent you yesterday. So I'm going just to introduce you them very quickly. Seheye Cherenet, he's an assistant professor and the Deputy Director of the Ethiopian Institute of Architecture, Building, Construction and City Development, which is the School of Architecture at the Addis Ababa University. Adnan Morset, he's professor at the Catholic University of America here in the US. Albert Pope, he's the Goose Session Worthan Professor of Architecture at Rice University, here also in the US, and Francisco Javier Rodriguez Suarez, he's the Clayton T. Meyers Professor and also the Director of the Illinois School of Architecture here also at the US. So once again, thank you for being here today. Let me just explain you just very quickly the general framework of the research that we have been conducted during this last semester. No, the general framework, I mean, is based on the rapid growth of Addis Ababa, also the Ethiopia, also the country, but especially in the Addis Ababa. As you can see on this slide, the city has doubled the population in the last year, in the last decade, and the prediction, the forecast is that it will double again its population in the coming years. Also, the urbanization, as you can see in this slide, is walking along with the rapid growth of the population. As you can see also on the last decades, the city has almost doubled also is built up area. And on top of that, we need to include also climate change, because Addis or Ethiopia in general is also experimenting an increase of the temperature in the last year, and again the forecast is that is going to keep increasing also the temperature, and also the extreme weather events like the extreme rains and droughts are going to be very severe and erratic also in the future. This is the plan of Addis Ababa. This is the zoning plan of Addis Ababa, but I prefer to see Addis Ababa like this plan, no? Because I think that Addis Ababa is a river city. We can find more than 600 kilometers of rivers, of water bodies in the city. So this is, and this will be like our strategy for approaching all the urban issues that we can find in the city. We will try to approach to address all these urban issues that we will explain you later through the rivers, because of due to of this character, of this river city character and this morphology. We think that we can reach most part of the population through the rivers, and also because the rivers had a important relationship with the city. It was part of the foundation of the city. It was due to the existence of some hot springs in what is nowadays the city center, as you can see here in this slide. But nowadays the relation with the city is just the opposite. The city has give its back to the rivers, and we can find a totally different relationship. Right now, we can say that the rivers are more like an open air channels rather than other thing. And also this idea is aligned, let's say, with the administration, with the prime minister, with the federal administration, and also with the local administration, because both of them are trying and making big efforts trying to flip this reality of the rivers. No, but I have to say that our approach and our strategy is very different than the one that the administration is taking here, no, with the proposals. In our case, we have divided our research studio in different parts. There is an initial part which is related with the analysis. We have analyzed the reality at different scales, at country, metabolic region, and city scale. Then after that, we have established our own diagnosis, trying to highlight the most urgent urban issues that we can find in the city of Addis Ababa. And then after that, we have the last two steps of our research that there are propositive steps. Then the first one is focused on a specific part of the city. In this case is what you can find just highlighted by this square is the Upper Kebana River area, because we thought that we can just focus on one specific area, and due to the character, this river city character of Addis Ababa, then these ideas or these strategies can be implemented also in the rest of the city. So for this area, in this third step, what we have proposed is a strategic plan and a strategic vision for this area, for the Upper Kebana River area. And then in a fourth step, each student has developed a specific intervention within this master plan, within this strategic vision, with a different topic. In some cases, it's more related with the river, with the recovery of the river. In some other cases, is with waste management. In other cases, is with connectivity, with flooding, with housing, and so on. And then also I would like also to say that this is an interdisciplinary and long-term also research studio. This is the second iteration of this research studio. Last year, we have the first iteration of we started this research studio last year. And with this, what I want to say is that this year we have worked, we have developed, we have improved last year work. So what we are doing is working on top of last year work, especially on the three first steps of the research studio, on the analysis, the diagnosis, and the strategic plan. All these three elements were introduced, were started last year, and what we have done this year is just trying to complement and trying to improve all the work developed last year. Then the individual interventions, of course, last year the students developed a specific intervention, always within the area that we are studying, the Upper Kebana area, and this year they have developed a different proposals, no? And also, as you can see here in this photo, last year we were able also to travel to Addis Ababa, but this year we haven't been able to travel there due to this situation. But we have also tried to take advantage of the situation, especially of this digital world, by inviting people from local people, especially from Addis Ababa or from Ethiopia, and also to invite people who has develop research related with our topic and our area. No, that with this, what we have tried to do is just trying to trying to evaluate in a closer way our proposals, and trying to balance the lack of the miss of a travel to Addis during this year. Well, what now I want just to share my screen, and then each of the students, what they are going to do is just to explain these first steps, these first 3 steps very quickly, the analysis, the diagnosis, and then the strategic plan. And then what we can have is just some minutes just to have a debate or a conversation about these first steps. And then in a second part of this session, each student will present their own strategic intervention within our area. I don't know, sorry if Adnan or Albert, if you have any question.
No, I think I'm good.
Adnan?
I'm good.
Okay, so Luke, whenever you...
Okay. Before I start, just for the students, I'm going to keep my audio on and then have the timer going, just so you guys can know when you're at your limit, so you can start to wrap things up. Okay. Okay, so my name is Luke Escobar, and I'm going to be briefly presenting the history, demographics, ecology, and climate research that we did at the beginning of the semester of Ethiopia and Addis Ababa. So this is Ethiopia. It's divided into 10 states or regions, with Addis Ababa being at its center. The population in 2019 of the country was estimated to be around 112 million and steadily rising. The administrative or political boundaries of the states are roughly organized around ethnicities, which there are many in Ethiopia. Generally, literacy rates are pretty low in rural areas, though they are rising. Whoops, wrong way. On a country scale, there are 2 main religions in Ethiopia. Islam, generally to the southeast, where Christianity dominates the northwest, generally, though there are other religions mixed in. The population growth of the country is largely attributed to a declining child mortality rate in rural areas, combined with a steady fertility rate. So that's led to rising populations in rural areas, who then, the trend has been migration of people from rural areas to urban areas, which is leading to a population explosion in the cities like Addis Ababa. So this is a diagram like roughly tracking the footprint of Addis Ababa. This is the city of Addis Ababa. So like from small in the beginning of the 20th century to today, where the light blue is the extent of the footprint. So as Ruben mentioned at the beginning, population in 2000 of the city was around 2.4 million. Today, 20 years later, it's 4.8 million, so it's doubled. And then the UN predicts that it will double again to around 9 million by 2035. The city has a history of multiple master plans with different influences. For instance, Italian influence in the 1930s during the occupation. This European influence in the 50s with this decentralized neighborhood plan. And then a communist influence in the 80s, which also led to the privatization of the country's land. Today, the city follows this updated structural plan. The city is divided into 10 sub-cities, which are further subdivided into smaller units called wardas, which is a system that was inherited by the communist government from the 80s. So moving into ecologies. So Ethiopia is located in East Africa, and it has some of the highest mountains on the continent. These mountains kind of define the different climate zones, whereas kind of cool, rainy, tropical highlands, and then semi-arid savannas in the lighter areas. Addis Ababa, which is located here, is on the cusp of the mountainous region in this valley that cuts through the middle of the country. So this is zooming in on the city. The northern part of the city is higher elevation. The southern part is lower. So all the rivers of the city flow north-south as a rule. The mountains also create a lot of precipitation, which feeds the rivers of the country, as well as the rivers into surrounding countries. Here's a map roughly showing the dense forest cover and vegetation, and another diagram of the different vegetation biomes dispersion throughout the country. On the city scale to the north in the mountains, it's largely forests. In this light green to the south is the agricultural land, and then there's small buffers around most of the rivers. The forest to the north is mainly made out of eucalyptus trees, though that is changing. Going back to the country scale, Addis Ababa is located in the Awash Basin, meaning that all the water in the city flows east and empties into the Gulf of Aden. Here's a map showing the reservoirs that the city relies on to get its potable water, and then the aquifers, the subterranean aquifers from which it gets like 35% of its water from wells and boreholes. Here's the rivers of the city, the Cabana River being our site, located right here. And then a rough flood map of the areas that might be in danger of flooding during the rainy season. And then soil makeup, this is just clay concentrate throughout the city. And this is a diagram just showing greenhouse gases, which is largely correlates to density and urbanization. Most urban places create the most greenhouse gases. So that is the my part of the presentation, and Kareem will take on the next step.
Thank you, Luke. Kareem.
Hello, everyone. Luke, could you reopen the presentation? My computer is being slow. I'm sorry.
I don't have that part downloaded. Hold on.
Okay.
I can probably download it real quick, though.
You can just open the one that we used for the last presentation.
Hold on, let me find it. Sorry, I just
let me share. Okay, Kareem.
Okay. Hi everyone, my name is Kareem. I'm going to be presenting socioeconomy and governance. So Addis Ababa is the capital and largest city in Ethiopia and a major national and regional center, hosting governmental buildings, embassies. The city is broken down into 10 sub-cities. Most of the population is very young and many citizens are illiterate. Spending on educational is a major concern. Those schools are relatively well dispersed and enrollment in schools exceeds the national average. Though Ethiopia has been significant economic growth, national unemployment is still high and many Addis Ababans live in poverty. The economy outside of Addis is also very agriculturally dependent, though climate instability and reliance on export markets pose threat. In terms of economy, Ethiopia is in transition. GDP has been significant growth. This has been accompanied by significant foreign investment, including the development of infrastructure and industrial complexes in Addis, but also the accumulation of significant national debt. The growth of GDP has been accompanied by rapid urbanization and expanding footprint in Addis. It's a mixture of condominium and single-family development, primarily spurred by foreign investment and more informally organized. Denser housing, including slums. The informal housing has increasingly been pushed out of the city center and towards the periphery. Compared to the residential areas in other world cities, Addis displays a relatively jumbled, disarticulated urbanity that is common in the global south and in the cities with less investment, infrastructure, and connection to the global capital. So now we can move on to governance. So Addis Ababa is the largest capital, as I said. The city is broken down to 10 subcities. It hosts a lot of municipal governments around government buildings around the city. It's been the capital only since 1886. Links to historic Ethiopia with the repertoire, modern architecture, and numerous cultural institutions shown in this map. Addis is religiously diverse and relatively tolerant, with places of worship of Christians, Muslims, and it includes a lot of other religions too. Addis technically provides public healthcare with many dispersed hospitals. However, many citizens are unregistered and thus unable to access these services. Many of the citizens are illiterate, as we talked about education before. So we do need to focus on spending more money on education. Schools are relatively well dispersed, and the enrollment in schools exceeds the national average. So moving on to mobility and infrastructure. Nationally, Ethiopia is decently well connected, although within Addis, many residents rely on pedestrian transportation. Many roads are unpaved due to the lack of investment and coordinated development planning. Much of Addis is narrow local streets with a handful of larger arterial networks and expressways. Public transit is heavily used. Though terminals become extremely congested, community members also complain of inadequate route frequency and a lack of amenities like benches, water, bathrooms at stops. Some terminals also often become hubs of informal activity, presenting opportunities for enhanced hybrid spaces. Overall, Addis struggles from a lack of coordinated connection between modalities. Taxis are also used prominently in the urban core. Addis has failed to keep pace of municipal services as population has exploded. Very few areas are adequately serviced by waste management. Here are some pictures of transportations they use. Addis relies on groundwater, but usage outpaces replenishment. China has invested in the construction of new dams and reservoirs. Here we see existing reservoirs. The Abba Samuel Lake was also historically used for potable water, but has become too polluted. Pump stations serve as intermediary deposit points for water throughout the city. And then here we just see the borehole and wells
And I think that this was
Thank-
just the last one, right, Karim?
Yeah, this is the last slide. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Karim. Thank you so much. So now we have done with the analysis of the reality in the different scales. And now we will introduce you the diagnosis of the most urgent urban issues. Gabriel?
So I'll go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Gabrielle, and I will be talking about the our diagnosis section. So after we kind of ran our analysis, which is really just like a kind of impartial look at the state of events, we started to begin the diagnosis phase, which is kind of overlapping more information and pulling out different issues, but different opportunities as well. Kind of the two main categories that we were noticing were a lack of something, either like infrastructure or connectivity, or water-related issues. So I'll be talking about the water-related issues, which include flooding, pollution, and water scarcity. So starting with flooding, kind of as Luke mentioned before, there's kind of an increase in rain due to climate change. And so you're tending to find more rain in the rainy seasons, kind of July through September, and more droughts in the other seasons. So kind of more intense rainfall. And so there's different types of flooding that ensues. So there's either river flooding, but then there's also flash flooding and surface water flooding and other sorts that are affected by the increase in impervious surfaces due to huge population growth. So, and so kind of along with that, you see like increase in impervious surfaces, but then also the soils contribute to that, kind of more clay soils, making it more difficult for water to percolate back into the ground. And generally, we'll find that flooding naturally wants to occur around the rivers because those tend to be the lower points of the area. Zooming into kind of the Upper Cabana region, just once again, kind of looking at flooding patterns due to where the rivers are and also just kind of localized topography or issues. Also, we're finding that just due to the population growth and kind of a lack of housing, a lot of people are resorting to building within the river buffers themselves. And so there's kind of a need for housing, but then also kind of safe place for these people to live. So water pollution, there's kind of four main contributors to pollution, and that includes sewage, solid waste, agriculture, and industry. So in terms of sewage, there's kind of two main sewage treatment plants, and there's generally a somewhat incomplete system throughout the city that is struggling to keep up with the kind of, rapidly rising population. And so you find that a lot of people just kind of don't have access to piped sewage. And so a lot of it just kind of ends up in the river being washed away. And this blue here is kind of just showing kind of informal settlements and how these tend to be the areas that are most likely to not have any sort of formal sewage treatment system in place. So, or sewage pipelines. And so in terms of solid waste collection, there's kind of this distributed network where you'll find that kind of smaller carts will come and pick up waste in houses, bring them to larger dumpsters that can then be collected by trucks. And then that comes to like one kind of centralized system. And so there's kind of one large kind of waste energy unit or plant in the city. The issue with this is that it's not running most of the time because so much of the waste is organic, which doesn't burn as well. And so kind of once again, we're finding that households are the most likely contributing to solid waste in the city. And sorry, these slides are moving slowly. And then also, once again, that a lot of that waste is just sort of or organic waste that would probably do better for composting instead of being used for this waste energy plant. So agriculture tends to kind of align with the outskirts of the city, but there is kind of an issue with pesticides running into the water streams, which can cause eutrophication and issues with the balance of nutrients in the water. And then industry too is another huge contributor to pollution. It tends to congregate along the rivers, and it's polluting the area with toxic chemicals, and that can then get into the agricultural areas. And so finally, quickly, there's also an issue with water scarcity. Once again, with rising population, the city is already not quite meeting the demands for potable water, but there are plans to kind of tap into new reservoirs. But even with these new reservoirs, it's probably not going to meet the demands of the population if it kind of continues as it currently is. Finally, this is just kind of a look at kind of one little sub-city and the different types of and how water collection that doesn't tend to be just piped. It's mostly through boreholes and other sorts of things. So that's the water section, and I'm going to move. And then the next JL will be presenting the lack of infrastructures.
Thank you, Gabriel. As Gabriel was saying, we have highlighted 5 main issues, urban issues. 3 are related with water, that is flooding, water pollution, and water scarcity. And now Yael will present the other 2 that they are related with lack of connectivity or infrastructure or facilities, let's say. Yael?
Can you guys see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So for the second part of the diagnosis, I'm going to focus on the lack of connectivity within the city. So most of the population, they get by to where they need to go by walking. Some of them use public transportation, but most of the connectivity happens through walking, 54% of it. And 15% of the cars are private, whereas 14 are minibuses and taxis. So most of the population travels by walking. One of the issues that we found was that there was not a lot of connection between the from one side of the river to the other. So as you can see, there are bridges, but they're not the most
Hey,
accessible.
JL,
Yes.
I can only see your title screen. I don't know if everyone else is following the
Sorry.
screen share.
Yes, we were only seeing the
How about now?
first now.
That's
Yeah.
better.
Okay. Sorry.
Can you scroll? Yeah. Can
Sorry,
you go
as I
back
was
just very
saying,
quickly?
54% of the population travels by walking. 15% of the population uses private cars, and then 14% uses about 20 to 25% uses public transportation to get to where they need to go. So the vast majority of the population travels by walking. As you can see in this image, one of the issues that we found was that there was a lack of connectivity from one side of the river to the other. The rivers are connected through these bridges along most of the areas, but they're not the most accessible for everyone. So for public transportation, there is a public transportation system, but it does not connect all of the areas of the city most effectively. Whereas there are buses that run through the center of the city, they don't really run up and down to the mountains and back to the city. There are not that many options to do that. Yeah, as I was saying, not a lot of connection between the center of the city to the upper mountain areas. And this is just a map showing the bridges of the city. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Yael. So this was just the diagnosis highlighting the 5 main issues. And now we are starting to present the propositive steps. The first one is the strategic plan. Again, always focus on the Upper Kebana region because we understood that these strategies or solutions can then be implemented in other parts of the city due to the morphology of Addis Ababa. So Ryan will introduce briefly the main ideas of this strategic plan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan, and I'm presenting this portion of the presentation with Quinn. We can move on. So moving from the diagnosis and analysis stages where we were identifying issues with the city, we were starting to look here at thinking of all of these issues as opportunities for redeveloping Addis and trying to solve some of the problems that are occurring. So for this portion of the project, we looked at the Upper Kebana region of the city. We can see that here highlighted in the map. And so we were focused on the Upper Kebana River region, and that runs from the city center towards the south that we can see there into the Entoto Mountains north of the city. Kind of at the Peacock Park region is where that starts. We divided the studio team into 3 different groups to look at particular points. And from the strategic plan, we kind of came up with a series of guiding principles that were going to help to define the project. And we'll get into more specifics on these as we move on. But those are to recover the river, to create a sponge city, provide sustainable mobility, provide blue infrastructure, create comprehensive infrastructure, create a compact, continuous, and mixed city, and then foster a sense of community and ownership. And we can move on to the next slide, Quinn. So the 3 teams that we divided into were focused on ecology, opportunity, and connectivity. And here we see the kind of end result of this master planning process that we went through. So the ecology was looking at the Upper Kebana region suffering from high rates of pollution and frequent flooding, as Gabrielle was kind of mentioning just a bit ago. We're looking at putting in a series of blue infrastructures that'll help kind of remediate some of the water pollution that's occurring within the river. Within the opportunity section, we were looking at identifying particular points within the city that are currently existing that could be kind of amplified by new interventions. And then from connectivity, looking at creating a more continuous and connected city. When we can go on.
So then looking at the ecology portion, starting with some guiding principles, we wanted to recover the river. And there were a few different ways that we thought that we could do that. We'll get deeper into the explanations, but just as an overview, these were the main ways that we thought we could reactivate the Upper Kebana River. And then the second guiding principle would be to create all these sponge cities around Addis. So then that would help combat flooding a bit more. So when talking about recovering the river, we wanted to make sure that there was multiple connecting points from one side to the other. So the addition of bridges and then having this linear path that goes from the top all the way down to the bottom. Since most people do walk, this would be just sort of a linear park that would be able for pedestrians to move all along. And then with that linear park branching off, there would be the variety of interventions such as flooding and stormwater management. In the map here, you can see the blue dashed areas where be places that we think this would be a good intervention. And then these other areas, specifically under the bridges where there is a lot of pollution, we thought that we could have some of these water treatment areas where we can help clean the water before it moves back to the river. And again, putting these along the roads, we think would be the most ideal places. And then just creating this linear slow mobility path so that it is better for pedestrians. It'll make the streets less congested, and then it'll just, again, sort of activate the river in a sense that people will like to move along it, and it'll be a comfortable way for people to move. So all in all, this linear park would be this kind of green buffer zone, hopefully. And then through all of these interventions, you know, a typical section might look like this. And then there could also be areas, after looking at where there is a lot of agriculture, we want to expand on that and make sure that we provide enough space for people to grow their food and have space for their animals. And we think that these certain areas would be best for that. Getting into the sponge city, we've highlighted a few different areas based off of the flooding maps where the interventions would make the most sense. And the types of sponges, there could be open retention ponds that will help just absorb the water back to the ground. Again, we're talking about permeability and dealing with that. So we want to make sure that there's enough area for the water to be absorbed back to the ground. And then in certain areas, these blue dots, we were thinking of even having these parks that can be floodable, so that where it might be harder just to create like an open green space, this will be a place for the community to also use, and it will help deal with the flooding issue as well. And then looking at the overall plan, this is how it would look with the ecology interventions. And then we want to zoom in to this zone right here, just to get a better idea of how all of these can be implemented along the river. So you can see we have all the variety of different interventions that we think will help reactivate the river and how they can all work together simultaneously. Again, the cleaning the water by the bridges, and then that linear path that goes through the entire area. And then a typical section of how these might look. Another section, these are based off the sponge city. And then again, just sort of the ideal mindset of before and after, and hopefully how we can make this linear park work throughout the city. And one more example. And it's, sorry, loading slowly.
Thank you, Queen. I think that now Ryan will, opportunity. Sorry.
Yeah, so for the opportunities portion, we're looking a lot more at the kind of network that makes up the city and people that are like the services that make it up. So in starting this portion of the master planning process, we wanted to develop a series of our guiding principles that we're going to define how we were going about this. So the first is to identify existing and future opportunity points. So that's looking at the current situation within the city and identifying plots of land that are available, and then looking at what is adjacent to them. So we can see in this first map that there are a series of like restroom spaces, hospitals, other like schools and markets. So trying to understand the context of what is around these surrounding space or these existing sites. So then moving on to creating a compact and continuous mixed city. Having already identified these points as like opportunity nodes, we looked at connecting these various points to focus on how we can create like a neighborhood feel between all of these points. And then lastly, to foster a sense of community and ownership is to start plugging in programs to these opportunity sites that we've identified, and trying to go about creating links between them that really connect the community and improve the environment there. So we can move on to the next slide. So taking this kind of process steps that from the prior slide, we looked at the Upper Cabana region specifically and focused mainly along the river for identifying opportunity sites. And that's because we are doing so much with the ecologies portion in this. So here we have identified our particular opportunity points. We can go on to the next slide. And then from this, we identified a series of zones existing within the cities. So those are looking at areas such as the kind of where the Capitol buildings are for heritage administration. The university is kind of an education neighborhood within the city. There's some other public parks and things. So then in order to kind of link all of these independent areas together, we have added in a series of other kind of programmed zones between them that create this kind of cohesive link between those other areas. We can move on to the next one.
Sorry, sometimes the maps load a little slow.
Yes, they're big maps. So within these kind of influence zones that we've identified, we identified particular paths between the sites that would be important for linking all of these different programs together within the influence zone. And we can go on. And then started to plop in some particular programs that kind of augment the ones that are already within each of these zones. So on to the next slide. And then we zoomed into a particular site just to kind of look at what some of these things could be. And this is the same site that we saw from the ecology section. So looking at, we can see all of these red areas are particularly identified sites. And we can put in for such as opportunity site 1, an agriculture zone, a market, some flood mitigation, or on site 2, education, water purification, recreational elements. So we can, the next slide, looking at particular building design concepts. We just identified some important features for how things should look within the city. So focusing on mixed use developments, being able to use kind of passive systems such as solar collection and rainwater collection, having retail and mixed use developments, and focusing on creating a very walkable and livable environment. And these are just some before and after renderings of what interventions could look like on a variety of scales. So it could be something as small as a little water treatment and collection building, or a mixed use development.
So then we got into the connectivity portion. Looking at the guiding principles, we know we wanted to have sustainable mobility, blue connectivity, and comprehensive infrastructure, and sort of the overall blending of the nature and mobility throughout the city. So then looking first at all of the different types of roads and kind of the road widths and main usage, we made this overall map of how we wanted to go about the movement. And breaking it down a bit more, there were these main roads, which we would want to redesign to be sort of this way. Currently, there are about 8 lanes, and since there's not a ton of need for those cars, we feel like that converting some of these lanes to be green and more pedestrian will help relieve some of the congestion and also help fight with the flooding issues. And then looking at these secondary roads, there were 2 different ideas on how to go about that as well. Again, providing the areas for public transportation, and then making it more pedestrian friendly. Then there were these minor roads that we thought could be most utilized by the pedestrians, and could go from the 4 lanes down to 2 and possibly look like this in the end. Looking more at it, idea of pedestrian only areas seemed very appealing, and we thought that these zones might be good places for that, since there is not a ton of need for cars to be used in these areas, and with the walkable pedestrian only areas, it could boost, you know, the shopping areas and things like that. So sort of breaking it down and not making it too you know, being like hindering the people of Addis, we think these spots might be the best. Overlaying it with sort of 15-minute radius for walking. It seemed like a very comfortable walk to make. Zooming in a little bit, we can see sort of how the map of Addis could look. Again, having certain roads be for pedestrians only, and then in the pedestrian only zones, this road could become, you know, just for residents that live in the area could have access with their cars. So it won't be completely closed off, but to the main public, it would be. And then we want to look at the public transportation of Addis, and you can kind of see how all these different areas do have spots that link to the public transportation system. And so, you know, people will be able to move around freely and go about their daily lives without being affected by these new road layouts. Again, looking at the flood paths, you can see that we chose to put these pedestrian only areas in high flood zones, and also some of these main secondary roads that will be redesigned to have more green areas will help fight against these high flood zones. And then overlaying it with the opportunity slides, you can see that the areas that we made more pedestrian are more market areas, and places like hospitals and things still have access and everything isn't closed off. And then again, when there's a high density of opportunity areas, we wanted to make it more pedestrian depending on what the site could be. And then overall, looking at the final layout of everything, you can kind of see how it all works together, and what the pathways could look like in the end. And that is all that we have.
Thank you, Queen and Ryan. So this was just our first step of the, of the propositive elements with this strategic plan. So what we can do is just to open the floor. Albert, Annan, if you want to give us your thoughts about these first steps of the research.
Sure. I guess the three main pieces that we saw, you have a fairly complex diagram of hierarchy of issues that I think you want to make clear. I guess the one is ecology, opportunity, and connectivity. And then within that comes recover river, sponge, blue infrastructure. And it's really hard to follow, even though I'm taking notes. And I think you want to attend to that to make sure that the pieces and parts don't get lost, or that they don't get properly integrated. I think the ecology, opportunity, and connectivity are ecology is natural systems. Opportunity and connectivity are urban systems. And I think you want to make sure that those don't end up being separate. That the whole point is not as much to dig into those, which is what you have to do, but what what it is that brings those together. And I think at this stage, they remain separate sections, maybe because of the way you divided them between members of the group. There was one slide almost at the very end that did try a sort of synthesis where the walkability was overlaid with the opportunity, and then we saw how it related to the riverine network. But that was kind of like we did our work, 1, 2, and 3, and then we plopped them together, and here's the last slide. And I think that the integration is not just a matter of layering. I think it has the integration itself has to become a sort of driving, I would say, more important than any of the parts. And it kind of requires, for me, you to step back and make some very general observations and then speculations on what is the relationship between the urban and the natural systems. How do you evaluate them now? And then what change between those two systems are you trying to affect? And I think that you have all the ingredients here, but I'm not yet clear on what your approach is to bringing them together, other than to just overlay and superimpose them. For example, are the rivers, what's the relationship of the connectivity that you're proposing in the ecology section, the paths, to the whole mobility section? I would sort of, I'm colored by my own experiences where we also work in a floodplain in Houston and have flooding problems. And what we have only seen is antagonism between urban and natural systems, right? It's just they map over each other, they're superimposed over each other, and there's not an attitude about integration. So in this case, an attitude would be that the integration of these three aspects would maybe privilege one, like the ecology. And I don't want to be putting solutions into your mouths. What I want to do is give you an example of how you put those together. It's astonishing for me. Everyone in the United States talks about walkability. Everybody in Houston talks about walkability, and you ask 2 or 3 questions, and what they're thinking about is turning Houston into Brooklyn, which is never going to happen. I think it's because we're the opposite, as you are to a less degree of a pedestrian city. What does walkability mean when over 50% of the population walks? I think that's a sort of remarkable question to think about. And to me, you could imagine the river and all the tributaries opening up paths on those and turning the waterways into a major mobility network, right? Because of the walkability. And that would be a way to think through how you put together the ecology section and the mobility section, with a bias on reinterpreting the rivers from something that has trash in it and floods and is generally seen as a negative to the backbone of a reformed urbanism that you're after. That is an example of how the sort of new, I hate to say it this way, we'll call it blue backbone of the city, is an approach to integrating those three things, as opposed to just stacking them on top of each other. So I think what you probably would benefit from is just standing back and looking at these three areas, ecology, opportunity, and mobility, really scrutinizing them and come up with an integrative concept that you can be super clear about. Does that make any sense to you guys? Because I think it's a remarkable situation you found, and you've really done your homework in terms of the research. I filled 3 pages and I wasn't even trying. You want to, urban research is kind of like a fire hose. I mean, there's just so much of it. The point is not to get more. The point is to organize it and to find the operable elements, preferably those elements that would allow you to synthesize. There are just so many, if you're juggling, there are just so many balls you can juggle productively, after which you're not juggling anymore, you're just collecting more and more balls. And I think you want to, I think in any kind of design process, what you described is super linear and it's exhaustive because of that. Now I think you could go through, even if it's just in your head, some iterative cycles where you go back and say, okay, now I'm going to look at this research. And what I'm going to do is try to weed out that research on the basis of whatever that integrating principle might be. At least to the point where you're going through the research and you're saying, where do we pull out from all of this research the integrating, the logic of an integrating principle? So it's to say that this is fantastic work you've done. And you've got so much here that's been laid out and that's been observed. And then the sort of as you were saying, your solutions were more a lack of identifying the problems. But I think that you need to put more on the table in terms of this is what we're doing with this, especially in relation to how we might integrate your 3 main areas. Straight off the top of my head. I mean, meaning I haven't thought that through in any in-depth way other than just listening to you guys talk and watching.
No, that makes sense. I think you described our process to the T, where maybe to our detriment, we kind of siloed ourselves into those 3 portions, those 3 sections, and we all had like our own motives. And then I think we should have, or we would have benefited more from spending more time like cross-evaluating and integrating and then revising, as opposed to just combining at the end. So yeah, I think you make a really good point with that.
So Ruben, wanted to, what level studio is this? Is this a advanced graduate studio?
They are master, all of them are master students.
So early in their master's program, or they're pretty advanced?
I think that each of them, they have a different background. No, some of them are in the last semester of the master. Some of them are just starting. Some of them are from the Master of Architecture. Some of them are from the Master of Real Estate, Sustainable Real Estate,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
we have very different backgrounds.
Okay. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ruben for taking you guys to Ethiopia and Addis Ababa. It's a privilege. It's a wonderful opportunity to go to Africa and to see this extremely fascinating city, Addis Ababa. So I envy you guys that you had this opportunity to travel and see these wonderful cities. So that's great.
We didn't get to go this year because of COVID, but
but I saw your cool picture in front of Lalibela. So you guys saw that wonderful church, which I meant to see forever, but I haven't been able to see it so far. So you went, but I would assume that almost all of you went to Addis Ababa before in the early stage. No, you didn't go. None
These
of you
students,
went?
no. It was the picture that you saw. It was from last year.
Oh, okay, all right,
not
okay.
Not these
So,
students.
all right, okay, all right, okay. So here are my points. It's great that you can study, although you couldn't travel, but it's great that you can study this fascinating city, Addis Ababa. But the danger is this. Hear me out very carefully. The danger is that when you go to a city that you don't know, oftentimes we bring our own cultural baggage and we assume that the way we define ecology is the same way people in Ethiopia defines ecology. It is a very fine walk you need to walk to understand how people in Ethiopia defines river. River does not have a universal definition. Ecology does not have a universal definition. So that's why I wanted to understand, and maybe Ruben can tell me better with the students he took to Ethiopia before, the level of interaction, the level of interaction with local people, and try to understand how they define rivers. For example, river in a country where rivers, canals predominate, rivers are very tricky geographic entities to define, because river has a certain type of width during the wet season and a very different personality during the dry season. So river, the lines that define the river are an act of design that we impose on the surface of the earth. So I saw that in your ecology study. By the way, the study is fantastic. I think that you guys have done an amazing job of marshalling these wealth of information and putting them together. I think that's fantastic, and I would applaud Ruben and all of you. But you need to be careful not to impose your definition of river ecology on a land that may have very different notion of rivers. My native country is Bangladesh, which is a deltaic country, which in the rivers zigzag all the time. Because of very low gradient, rivers are constantly moving around. They are not fixed entities. They do not have fixed boundaries. So I would like you to be very careful about the definitions of these very important entities that you're talking about, river, ecology. You need to interact with people in Ethiopia to understand how they define these ideas in popular imagination, in bureaucratic, in bureaucracy, in planning landscape. How do they define rivers? Is it a wet time river or dry season river? So that's my number one. Be very cautious about terminologies that you are using. Do not assume that just because you come from a very cool university does not mean you understand the local understanding of these entities. You need to walk a very fine walk. Number two, so that was my number one. Number two is the tricky part of intervention. You may think that, okay, these river edges have to be fine walkways where the middle class would come and walk and so on. So when you, in your research, you said that 54% of the commuters use streets. They go to work by walking. There is also a kind of an class element in that. You know, I studied the developing economy mega cities. There is a kind of an strange, not even strange, it's kind of an open in the, it's known that there is a class element in it. People who can't afford cars in these fast growing economies, they walk. There is a penchant for getting private cars for mobility. So the mobility aspect you are talking about, you need to understand what is the understanding of the notion of mobility. Is there a class element? So you need to understand that the intervention part, we architects, planners, oftentimes think that we can come from a foreign country and come to a territory and we know what's best for them. We need to be very, very cautious. Gentrifying does not solve the problem. Gentrification can actually exacerbate the problem. So in other words, when you say opportunities, who are you creating the opportunities for? Are you creating opportunities across the economic spectrum? So when you say opportunities, it is, trust me, it is an excruciatingly difficult task. So that's where you need to be super cautious. Opportunity for whom? Just because a fancy word and fancy road and a bridge do not necessarily create opportunities. In fact, I will give you one example. In Seoul, South Korea, Cheonggyecheon, an ancient stream was killed in the 1960s to create a flyover just over the stream. 15 years ago, that flyover over the stream was taken down and the stream was reclaimed. It was hailed as one of the greatest intervention of water reclamation. It was, planners, architects around the world hailed Cheonggyecheon in Seoul. But I visited Seoul, Cheonggyecheon, beautiful urbanscape, beautiful canal, beautiful reclamation of this vital lifeline of the city. But it also displaced little businesses, small businesses along the river. So there is grievance. Yes, Cheonggyecheon created opportunities for the middle class, but it also driven away the small businesses that grew, that flourished along the river. So my point is, you need to be super cautious when you are intervening in the city. Opportunities have to be sustainable, equitable. You need to bring a notion of equity in the opportunities that you create. So that's my second point. I think I will stop here, and feel free to challenge me and question me and trash me.
Thank you, Adnan. And thank you, Albert, also. I don't know if any of you guys wants to add anything.
That's really good feedback. Hopefully we can address some of those points in our interventions that you'll see in a little bit.
Any other comments, guys? Okay, so if you want, what we can do is just to jump into our last step of the research, that in this case, each of the students has developed a strategic intervention, always within our master plan, always within the Upper Cabana region. They have very different topics, from housing, as I say, to waste management, and the recovery of the rivers. So they have they have covered some of the ideas also that you just point out right now. So what we can do in this case is each of the students, as they are only 7 students, each of them, they will share their project very briefly, between 5-7 minutes, and then we can just have a small conversation after each of them. Okay, so Gabriel will be the first one.
Here, I can share my screen. Well, hello, everyone. So I sort of expanded off of one of our master plan topics, which is the recovery of the river, and kind of looking at a distributed sewage treatment system along the linear park of the river. So as we mentioned before, pollution is a significant issue with the waterways in Addis Ababa. You're finding big contributors are the liquid waste that's flowing in from the incomplete sewage system, as well as the solid waste that's just sort of dumped. About 25% of it kind of just ends up in the river due to a lack of appropriate places to deposit it. So once again, here's kind of a recap of some of our previous maps of incomplete sewage system, waste management system, and then industry kind of polluting different heavy metals into the waterways, and then flooding that just comes in and washes away all the solid waste directly into the rivers. And so it's becoming this sort of just backyard, back of house kind of the city, and people are kind of ignoring it. So just different studies on pollution in Addis Ababa, are finding that, as they kind of took samples in different key places, you're getting different types of contaminants. And so that seems to suggest that you're getting contaminants kind of all along the way. So there's point source as well as just kind of more distributed kind of ways of pollutants kind of seeping into the waterways. And so it's important to not just think about one single solution, but maybe like a distributed system that's cleaning it along the way. Currently, this administration is kind of pushing forward this beautifying Shedger project, with kind of foreign aid. And the intent is kind of to create these recreational places along the river. But what this project is proposing is to kind of add more layers to that and to create kind of a multi-layered system that's, not just creating recreation, but also opportunities for kind of supporting smaller informal economies and cleaning the river and kind of using it as this one kind of large green infrastructural zone. So the master plan for this kind of includes a few different kind of key interventions. And so, the first kind of big step is just kind of reforesting and recapturing the riparian buffer along the river. But then also kind of key points are at the bridges where pipes are kind of just depositing sewage into the waterways. at the branches, because we tend to have a little bit more space, and there's an opportunity for kind of larger scale interventions. Wherever there's meanders, the lower corner of, or the inside edge, you can create these diversions to clean the water through kind of vegetation. And finally, just including some public facilities for people who don't have access to some things like this, and kind of doing best practices and cleaning wastewater on site and things like that. So, as I said, first step is kind of recapturing this area and reforesting. You can get a lot done by just introducing a vegetation. Next step is intervening at the bridges, which there's 18 bridges that we can potentially use in this area. Then looking at the branches, and there's an opportunity for urban agriculture here, kind of supporting local neighborhoods. And finally, at the meanders, about 24 different meanders about where we can cut different diversions to move the water through. So in terms of like a planting scheme, I'm just kind of thinking about like the river's edge as this kind of rich ecological zone where you have like multiple different kind of microecologies that support different fauna and plants. And then of course using native vegetation and different types of vegetation that can help clean the water. So the site I'm looking at is here. So here's an existing kind of aerial photo. There's a school along here, and then German embassy, but generally this whole neighborhood is what I'm focusing in on as just sort of a test sample. So this is what it would look like in the proposed scheme with the kind of linear park wrapping along the river, and then key interventions at branch, meander, and the bridge. So I'll kind of zoom into these areas. So here's what that one kind of bridge system would look like, where you're taking all the polluted water from the pipe, so normally just deposit directly into the water, catching it in a catch basin, and then bringing it through the stepped terraced wetland before it enters into the water. And so here there's an opportunity to create kind of micro recycling centers and other sorts of facilities along the river as you're capturing some of the solid waste before it enters in. So it's sort of one kind of quick way to think about this, if this is, have the pipes coming in from under the bridge, it would go through kind of a series of basins to filter and settle out the particulates before it then enters into the wetland system. And then here's a section of that where you have this terracing that, with, the pipes depositing on either side here, filtering down to clean, but then you can use that terracing to create kind of these steps for people to gather, spread out informal commerce and collect recycling. And so here's just an axonometric view of all of that, the kind of activated steps along here and different public amenities along here, and then the terraced system under the bridge. So the branches, luckily, since it's a little bit wider, you have more opportunity to kind of spread out and potentially introduce urban agriculture to help support the surrounding neighborhoods. So zooming into, and then also having kind of larger amenities such as classrooms and things like that. So here's a section of that with these kind of wider terraces for the urban agriculture to occur, as well as different facilities that would use best practices such as capturing waste in the septic tank and then kind of bringing it through a filtering wetland, so that you're kind of cleaning everything as you go. And here's an axonometric of that. We're bringing water in through the channels and irrigating as well as cleaning along the way. And finally, we have the meanders as a potential site for interventions. So kind of the lower lying areas, you can cut a diversion that would then go through cleaning vegetation and different kind of gaping walls to filter and hold the water so that it can slowly move, settle and clean. And it might only take 30% of the water, but if you have multiple versions of these along the way, then you're eventually kind of cleaning everything. So let's see. And here's just a section of that where you have the river and then that diversion cut through that's just kind of filled with remediating vegetation, such as different types of papyrus and things like that, and that are good at binding up toxins. And opportunities for overlooks. So just kind of integrating that into the larger linear park that we would have along the river. And let's see, this will load. Okay, so finally, here's just kind of an overview of, again, what I was proposing. So there's just kind of using these different schemes that can be adapted to different locations, but each of these just sort of incrementally cleaning the water, but with the byproducts of the cleaning process, you're getting, potential urban agriculture opportunities, collecting, recycling on the site that can then be reused. And so there's, a way to kind of support microeconomies as well as, creating this linear park. So that's all I have. Looking forward to hear your comments.
Thank you, Gabriel.
Gabriel, your drawings are great. It's I appreciate the clarity of your presentation, and the drawings are really fabulous. I really enjoy looking at them. My question is a few comments. It would be good to give a sense of the kind of the microeconomies along the river's edge. Who are the people that live around these areas? Typically, I would imagine, I have never been to Addis Ababa, but I would imagine that given the experience in other developing countries, because the rivers are heavily polluted, it's typically the poor who kind of huddle along the river's edge. So if you could talk a little bit about the kind of the nature of habitation along the river. Are there slums along the rivers? Are there informal settlements along the rivers, along the water's edge? So these meanders and urban agriculture and terracing, these are all great. But who's your audience really? Are you trying to attract people across the city or the local people? In other words, it's obviously a clear case of gentrification, which can be fine, but who are you really trying to attract to? Who's your audience? You need to think about that. That's my first question and comment. The second comment or question is, I am intrigued by your terracing. Are they concrete retention walls? How do these series of retention walls that kind of cascade down into the river, how do they relate to the water during dry season and wet season? I think you need to think about those issues, because you don't want to give a definition of the river that is kind of stagnant, that does not have the ability to follow the river's natural hydrology and natural ecology. You don't want to make the river, okay, the river, this is who you are, and I'm giving you that definition and no less, no more. I think that would be not desirable.
I'll try to speak to some of your comments. And so I guess the first one, who's my audience? So generally, people who are settling along the river tend to be the poor, because it's technically not legal to settle in the river buffer, but that's kind of the only place a lot of people have to settle. And so ideally, I would be supporting the most local people first by, creating a lot of these amenities such as, public restrooms and, different places to collect recycling and places for urban agriculture to support jobs. So ideally, I'd be supporting them first. I think it is always kind of a tricky question of how do you improve something and then also try to avoid gentrification. Ideally, what I was trying to do is make sure that these interventions are always doing more than just creating a pretty park, but also kind of having some sort of utilitarian purpose as well, so that it can help people kind of more immediately. But definitely it's an important thing to keep on thinking about. And then in terms of dry and wet season, that is something that I would be interested in exploring further. I think since this is like kind of a rocky terrain and the rivers are in kind of these deeper gorges, there aren't too many opportunities for the river to kind of, move around as much, but certainly there are clear seasons for the river. So that's something I would need to explore further to make sure that this is something that can potentially change over time. But the terracing system, at least the way I've designed it, in some places are kind of more just kind of concrete. So like where the bridges are in that terracing system, because it's trying to guide the water in this kind of long circuitous zigzag path. Whereas, on the diversions would be these gabion walls that can allow water to filter through. So there's kind of varying levels of permeability, but ideally something that's more flexible, but then also trying to, serve the function would be best. So I'll certainly look into that further.
I would add to some of that. That I like the way you structured the project with bridges, branches, and meanders. I can move across that from 1, 2, 3, where the bridges are perhaps the most urban, where the urban system is most intense, and the meander is where the natural system pushes back more. And so the sort of gradation from more urban, more compressed, more manipulated to an intermediate state, and then through the meander, which is where I think you're trying to give the river more room to move and to do what it wants to do, is an interesting way to set up the problem, and obviously makes it way more applicable than just this one place, right? I think the way your setup is good. I would want to reframe your drawings a bit and say how show more of the surrounding urban fabric in the bridge section, so that we can see it's not just a beauty strip, but it's actually integrated. And then on the third one, show more of the watershed, so that you're showing more of what's going on with the logic of the river. A meander is, I don't really associate, I associate meanders with deltas and not with rivers that come out of topographically driven water flow. There may be another term. Meanders are typically the most unstable area of the river because of cutting, scouring, and depositing, which is where you get the bench, which is what you're showing here is the green. It's usually a kind of silt bench. I think that matches what you're doing in terms of giving the river more room in this third one, but I think you want to do it by showing that each of these three different phases has a very different effect on what's around it, right? And they actually have sort of different contexts. One is strictly the urban context, one is much more the natural context. And then I think to run through that, your terraces, your benches is great, right? Because it's what you're doing in terms of a gesture gravity-fed filtration / cleaning across all of the three sites and three different conditions. I'm not quite sure how the terraces work in the meander diversion. It doesn't seem to have any in the drawing, but I think you'd want to continue that. And however it might make sense in the meander, given that it's still unstable, I'm not sure you'd want to try to structure it because you would just lose it, right? If you tried to put retaining walls in a meander. I'm complimenting, I think I'm complimenting you for the broadness of your strategy, that these are three different conditions that were applied to lots of places. The fact that they have in common a natural terraced filtration, cleaning filtration system, but they deal with three very different ecological urban interfaces, which I think is really strong. I definitely would want to make sure that I would want to show more, you're really focused on what's going on with the river, but what you're really trying to do is to renegotiate the relationship between the city and the river, and which is the opposite of creating a beauty strip. And you're drawing it a little bit too isolated, where the city is all white and lined, and then the green is all colored and rendered. That kind of opposition could work against you in terms of your greater intent, which is not how do you clean up. The narrow intent is, or the immediate intent is how you clean up the river and make the river a desirable environment. But the greater attempt is, which I think is reflected in the choices that you made, is how do you set back into a proper relationship the urban and natural systems, right? Which means you want to just not see this as a green streak that runs through this, this other territory. Is that helpful?
Yes, no, that's a great comment. And yeah, I think just representationally, you can see that I clearly was thinking kind of more along the river, but ideally this is something that would kind of filter out and is, considering how water is moving into the river from the surroundings and whatnot. So
it's also three different, you're giving us three different interpretations of this interface. I would almost think of a meander in the way you've drawn it. It's almost like a rewilding, more primitive state, original state of the river, versus the first one, which is the opposite, where the landscape is most manipulated. The green areas are most cultivated, right? Most developed, most intensively. So you're giving us these three different states of this relationship. And I actually think you maybe could do more with I was trying to think of what would follow through with the urban, with the urban agriculture. And I would say what would follow through from 2 to 3 is that the meander would have much more of its natural vegetation that would be recovered and be a wilder state than the gardens in number 1, the agriculture in number 2, leading to the rewilding of number 3, where you have demonstrating 3 distinct relationships between the urban and the natural systems.
Yeah, no, I like that. I think that's a nice way to think about it.
I'm basically just I'm not changing your project. I'm telling you a different way to present it.
It's always helpful.
Yeah, it's important. that you kind of step back from it and sort of understand the bigger picture, which is hard to do when you're cramming for a final.
For sure. Well, great. Thank you. Those are all excellent comments. Certainly, this is a project I'd like to kind of push forward. So I think these are all kind of great ways to think about doing that. So thank you.
Sure.
Just a quick question, Gabrielle. Do you continue this project or this is it?
This is it, but just for my own personal portfolio.
Okay.
That's the intent.
Yeah.
Right.
It could apply to different places.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So further thoughts. Yeah, great. Thanks.
It might be built upon next year by students next year too. So maybe
we can develop it. Yeah, sure. We can always think about that. Of course. Thank you, Gabriel. Really good work.
Thank you.
Our next project will be Ryan Green.
Hi, everyone. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Full screen mode. And the full screen mode is working. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. So my name is Ryan Green, and I am presenting my proposal for a neighborhood resiliency center is what I'm calling it. So through the kind of analysis and diagnosis phases of the project, I was really stricken by some of the waste management issues that we were seeing within Addis. And I did a little bit further research to look at what else was going on within the city. And the city is really plagued by issues relating to solid waste management. So for example, the city only has one landfill and it has been at capacity for a number of years. There were some landslides that had occurred in the past. They had tried to open another landfill and there was protests against this. The city is growing at a rapid rate. So because they only have this one site that's already full, they're only piling more and more waste into it. And then the system just in general is kind of lacking an ability to cover everyone within the city. And then some other statistics, 12% of citizens within the city are dumping their solid waste in the street. There is open pit burning that occurs throughout Addis, and that's about 10%, and that's mostly within kind of the poorer areas within the city that this is all occurring, as those areas are harder to access for waste collectors. Yeah, so some more statistics about solid waste within the city that we had kind of looked at before. The vast majority of waste is coming from households, and that's about 76%. And then 60% of the waste collected within the city is organic in nature. And that is, as Gabrielle had kind of mentioned earlier, leading to why the city's newly constructed waste to energy plant is not working. There's too much water content within the waste for it to burn effectively, and this waste to energy plant that the city has constructed recently is not operating because of that. So because of all of these kind of issues with solid waste, I think it's important to kind of address these through a system that will look at the household portion of waste and this high organic content of waste. So just a quick image of the current system. So this is the one waste energy plant and landfill within the city. These are all collection sites, just waste bins. The current system employs about 5,000 to 6,000 operators who are at this level within the system, collecting waste directly from homes within the community. And moving forward, I think what would be beneficial instead of having this citywide system would be to better involve ourselves more at this kind of local level of the collectors and the neighborhoods within the city, kind of fitting in with the master plan that we had created. So here I've started to identify some sites within the Upper Cabana region because it's important that this be a system of interventions that are occurring. So serving about 20 to 30,000 population, what needs to occur with these interventions is, instead of it being this linear cycle where waste is just taken away from their homes, I think it would be important to kind of close this waste cycle and to allow it to not only just be an output of the city, but to be able to regenerate and kind of give back to the communities. So here we can kind of see this cyclical nature that's this new design will be proposing. So it takes waste from the home, collectors bring it to a site. And here we can start to integrate a series of pieces related to waste that will benefit the surrounding communities. So this includes programs such as a waste to energy plant, water collection and treatment, urban agriculture, producing electricity, giving water to the community, and then selling goods from urban agriculture back to the community. Yes. So looking at this kind of system schematically, I was trying to understand what was important for a waste energy plant. And then that can all be seen here on this kind of top portion of the diagram. It's fairly technical stuff. But then also, like, what elements are the community, what would provide incentives to come and use a site like this for the community? So not only does it take waste, but it also invites the community to use toilet facilities and classrooms and to involve themselves in agricultural fields and a marketplace. And here we can see some of the inputs and outputs and where these things are all kind of coming from, relating to this cyclical nature, just in a more in-depth version. So then starting to look at some building and site design, just some general strategies that I was looking at. Here we can see some of the waste energy, like calculation information for sizing and everything. But the main elements that I think are important is kind of trying to help define an entry to this particular site. So creating spaces like a covered entry that clearly identifies between where organic waste should go and inorganic waste should go, allowing some like solar energy to generate and help in the decomposition process of organic waste. From there, it can produce electricity, and the output compost product is able to be used within these fields that kind of are driven out of the building itself. And then here we can see like treatment of water is able to come out, or water is sourced from an adjacent river, treated on site, and then used to irrigate both agricultural fields and then or for use by citizens who don't have an adequate water source directly to their homes. So particular site, that was all just kind of generic information on this program. I looked at developing one particular site within the city that I had identified before. So that's looking at the surrounding residential areas that would be using this primarily. So the design kind of becomes a series of this network of paths that really invite and involve people within the site, and it kind of drives them to explore not only the waste to energy process, but also agriculture, and they're incentivized to come and use places like a market and classrooms, and integration of all of this into this kind of mobility path that we had identified before along the river. So we can see that the community is able to kind of come through and either bring themselves this way, or if they are just out and about in the city, they're driven along the side and able to access through this series of paths. Sorry. So here's some sectional, or some of the sections for this particular site. It kind of has 3 different levels to it. So there's this principal level where most of the activities are taking place. We can see water being taken from the river up and driven through the agricultural fields. People are able to access rooftops, and planting is able to occur on those. There's areas along the river that invite people to relax and enjoy themselves and spend time on the site. Yeah. So we have this axonometric view that shows all of this information kind of coming together. And then here's a final rendering for the project. So the complex reinforces the ideals of a resilient and self-sufficient community through its giving back to its local area, and then through the processes of treating urban waste products to create locally consumable goods. The surrounding community is incentivized to use and involve themselves in the facility through its integration of services and one walkable community center. The design uses scale and material and elevation to kind of bring people into the site and really allow them to access it. And through the system, this being one point in a system of further interventions, it'll be a beneficial step in helping Addis address some of its waste management issues. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ryan.
I think there's a huge technical dimension to this, right? Which is how you convert the waste, the biomass into energy and convert it into fertilizer, which are your two main, I would suppose, productive outputs from the waste, and how you balance those things out in relationship to the area that you've specified. In other words, how do you, it's an engineering problem to the extent that you really don't know the scale of the operation, or it's hard for you to determine the scale of the operation. But I think what you have is the main points would be that you're turning a centralized system into a distributed system, breaking down its scale. You're taking away the landfill, which I think again is a technical issue, which is what makes the centralized one run. And presumably all that's going into the biomass and into the fertilizer for the energy production and the green and the community gardens. I think as far as it has a didactic component, as opposed to, you just drop your waste in the trash can or you flush it and it just magically disappears. You're actually showing, no, it doesn't disappear. And there are actually ways to use that are productive. It can't disappear, that's a lie. But that when you start to evaluate it, it can be used productively. I think that's a strong point of the project. And I also think that it can, you wouldn't normally think that waste would be the theme around which a community would organize itself, right? That's counterintuitive, that you organize yourself around other things besides waste. But I think your attempts to translate waste products into something that could be a sort of attractor or a community could establish itself around, mostly I think, not the power generation, but in terms of the gardens, is interesting. I probably put a point on that. I probably take that issue on directly of how something becomes its opposite, how something that is repulsive or repulses the community becomes something that you center on. So the overall structure of the, distributing the system, making it into something that's didactic, so that it becomes visible, and then trying to turn the sort of worst into the best are all very strong concept. That's the strategically strong points for your project. The rest would be subject to technical criteria, which has to do with how you make these transformations and can you actually, in this amount of area scalable to a neighborhood, take care of the waste problems, right?
Ryan, I think I appreciate your idea. As long as it stays at the level of idea, I think it's highly very appreciable. The technicality, which I don't think you really tackled seriously, the technicality of collection of the wastage and transforming into fertilizer and biomass, and so that technicality I don't think you have shown adequately, and I don't think that was you kind of assume that the technicality can be resolved with the engagement of engineers and environmentalists and all of that. So I think that's pretty much assumed. So I'm not gonna talk about the technical aspect of these. So I will talk about at the idea level. At the idea level, a couple of questions arise for me. Number one, was it an empty land? Was it an empty land?
Yes, all the sites that I identified were unoccupied lands.
Why is that? Why is it unoccupied, given that the city population is rising rapidly? Why is it unoccupied? Is it government land?
That's a good question. I honestly don't know. I just identified these sites, but that's something I should for sure look into for them.
Yeah, I think it's very important. If you are reclaiming a government land for the greater good, it's fine. So the land ownership, you probably need to look into it. Oftentimes we kind of drop these beautiful looking, rather sanitized projects on lands without really knowing the intricacies and complexities of land ownership. So that's a question you probably need to address a little bit. The second question I have is, who is the owner of these agricultural products? Who will look after, who will maintain, which agency, which urban agency will maintain these novel, beautiful idea of urban agriculture? Ownership is important. Who is in charge? So, and it is a pretty sizable investment in terms of urban agriculture in the land. How would you optimize the revenue that you generate in this use of vital land along the river? So you probably, alongside your architectural urbanistic intervention, you need to think about land ownership. You need to think about how would you sort of optimize this revenue that you generate here. Is it going back to the community, impoverished communities around? Will the impoverished are you actually creating jobs for the local people to engage in urban agriculture? You need to probably not just think about the beautiful idea and its realization. You also need to think about the community engagement, how you are giving back to the community. I think we architects and planners oftentimes don't really think about our post-intervention life cycles. So we need to think about that. And so the process, I would like to see your project more in terms of an idea and a process of capitalizing on empty lands Why they are empty, I am surprised, and I would be curious why they are empty. And you need to give some kind of post-intervention life cycle that legitimizes your intervention. Otherwise, it just remains in the level of a beautiful project, which actually doesn't do anything. So in other words, you need to talk about how your project is actually giving back to the city, how your project making the city one notch better.
Right.
I think it's also, I agree with the dimension of time and how this thing could be built up over a period of time. That's all. We don't use the word master plan for that reason. We think of these as aggregations. This is a modular system which could grow over time in sequence with an idea of the neighborhood. But with that comes a slightly different approach, is that you're not just dealing with the people who live on the site now. A lot of what we do in urban design is designed for future generations, mostly because urban projects have such a long fuse. It takes such a long time for cities to change that what you'll find is the population dynamic is much more quicker than the evolution of the city. So that ultimately what we want to think about is not only the people who are there at the moment, but future generations. What are we giving? What are we passing on to the future? So that any of these projects may not be delivered in the time frame of the present occupants. It might take 10 or 20 years to get some of this stuff done. But in that case, what you're thinking about is, how do we think through waste? Not for exactly this moment, but how do we think through a distributed waste system that would see the city through the next 10, 20, 30 years? And I think you could present it that way and avoid a lot of I think some of the more specific questions of the here and now.
Right. Yeah, I think that would be a great way to go about presenting that.
It's a slightly different approach to thinking about urbanism. Urban cities are aggregates, and they're never finished. They're completely, they're changing over time. They have a metabolism. That's why the problem that I have with the idea of a master plan, which is conceptually fixed in time, and it's not interesting until it's finished. And after it's finished, it never changes, right? This is a modular system that could be, maybe the biomass comes last, maybe that's first, because you could use the energy to input in the rest of the project. But if you start thinking about along a temporal dimension and of how this thing might play out over 10, 20 years, I think you could make a stronger argument.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Ryan. I don't know if you want just to.
Those are really great comments. I really appreciate all of them.
Well, if you want, what we can just first of all, I would like just to say hi to Paco Francisco Rodriguez, that is also here, that he just joined us. I already present him. He's the Clayton T. Meyers Professor and also the Director of the Illinois School of Architecture. So thank you for being here, Paco.
Hola, thank you for the invitation. Sorry that I wasn't able to join earlier in the morning. Administrative affairs but I look forward to seeing the rest of the work.
Thank you. So our next student will be Luke. What we are doing, Paco, we just started, as I just sent you in an email. We just talk about the first steps of the research, the analysis, diagnosis, and the strategic plan, strategic vision. And then we just a couple of students have presented so far. So the next one will be Luke. What we are doing is just each of them, they are presented their individual intervention, and then we are just having a short conversation.
Ruben.
Yeah.
Ruben, can I take a? You guys can go ahead. Can I take a 2-minute bio break?
Okay, for sure. Of course, Adnan.
Okay.
Of course.
All right.
All right, should I go ahead or should I wait?
Look, maybe we can just go.
Okay. Okay, my project is called Harnessing the Potential of Rivers. So a quick recap of the diagnosis research that we did. So we identified flooding, lack of facilities, both recreational and infrastructural, pollution, water scarcity, and inadequate mobility options for pedestrians as the five of the main issues that the city is facing. So my intervention essentially is a strategy for transforming Addis Ababa's underutilized rivers into sites that can begin to address these 5 diagnosed issues. So why rivers? Why do we want to use rivers? The logic is that rivers exist pretty homogeneously throughout the city. So hypothetically, an intervention at one portion of the river can be adapted and transplanted to another location with a similar site. So it can scale up. And then secondly, largely rivers are ignored and unused by the people of Addis Ababa. This is mainly because of flooding and pollution. I kind of see riverbanks and riverbeds as a way of intervening in communities without displacing existing structures. So in order for this to be done, the first 2 things we have to do is make sites on the riverbanks. We have to make them accessible and safe from flooding. So this is the concept of my intervention. So I want to first increase accessibility to rivers and across rivers by formalizing existing paths and adding new ones and designing them in a way that they can be used year round, even when it does flood or even during the rainy season. And then with these crossings, I'm proposing them to act as sort of spillways that can retain and slow floodwater to protect areas downstream in the city. And then with these retention ponds, hopefully where feasible, we can begin to recharge the groundwater to improve local ecology and also to maintain some of the boreholes in the city, which it relies on for about 35% of its potable water. So the areas between these retention ponds can begin to take on the form of like natural filtration systems that help with erosion control, but also to start to take out some of the pollutants as like Gabrielle presented in her project. So ideally, by increasing access to riverbanks and by making them safer from pollutants and flooding, we can open up some of this area as sites for new facilities, be that recreational or infrastructural. So we're creating sites out of zones that were previously hazardous and unusable is the idea. So where should this intervention go? I've chosen this little dot right here in the north of the city. And this is the logic behind this is mainly because of the topography. You want to slow floodwater at its source before it converges and does damage. But also in the north of the city, there's the lowest concentration of clay, so permeability is more feasible. The aquifer permeability will have to be looked at on a site-by-site basis, but generally it's better to use land in the north in this light area. Also, a lot of the population of the north relies on boreholes and wells for their water, so recharging groundwater makes sense. And then also population in the north also suffers from some of the worst water scarcity. So here's a zoom in on my site that I have chosen. This is back in 2002. It's about 29 acres. There's about a 60-meter drop from this point to this point. It consists of a residential area to the north, one to the south, a church right here, and a cemetery right here. So my site is the valley between these two neighborhoods that usually is dry, but during the rainy season is filled with runoff and floods pretty extremely. So that's why nothing is built there. In 2008, a lot of trees were planted to help control the flooding and to minimize erosion. This is what it looks like today. So the trees definitely helped, and you can see that there are like paths and roads that are starting to form through the site. But during the rainy season, it still floods, and these crossings become unusable. So with my intervention, I've started by identifying those existing pathways and crossing points that people are already using, and then proposing a few new ones of my own. And then the next step is formalizing those crossings and designing these structures that allow for them to be used year-round. So whatever's built there isn't destroyed or washed away. So when it does flood, or when the rain does come, the flood water is slowed and then allowed to like percolate into the groundwater, ideally, if the soil composition is correct for it. And then it forms like these natural spaces that help slow and filter the water before each of these retention ponds. So this intervention starts to define the site more concretely, with the dashed lines being those no-build floodable zones, which during the dry season could be used as some sort of temporary recreation site. These hard lines are more permanent recreation sites. Maybe it's a spillover for services at this church or funerals or a park. And then these red dots are newly created flood-safe areas that can be used for permanent like building infrastructure, perhaps like a restroom or new housing development or a new well or borehole, something like that. So this is a snapshot of what the site could look like in 2030 with the intervention. It's not a grand intervention, it's pretty minimal, but hopefully it's feasible and replicable. And the local scale goal of this intervention is to turn this site into something that is safe and accessible so that the communities that exist around it can use it as a site for development and for building whatever program that they need. So here, it's the same thing flooded. The large scale goal of this intervention, if this idea was to be scaled up, would be to lower the risk of flooding citywide, to help maintain the water table so that existing boreholes remain feasible sources of water. And then overall to rebrand the rivers of Addis Ababa and healthy ecology as something that is useful and is something that is an asset for the city, to kind of make that cultural shift. So here's a zoom in on what one of those crossings could look like. So you have like the filtration green zone here. You have the crossing spillway portion. You have this protected area on each bank that can be used as like a permanent programming opportunity. And then during the dry season, this becomes the public space as its own. For construction materials, I was mainly pulling from existing pictures that we found in Addis Ababa, really rudimentary like construction technologies that people there already know how to use. Nothing too complicated: cobblestone, concrete bridges, masonry, retaining walls, and steps. So here's that rendering again of what that could look like when it's flooded, and then when it's not flooded. So with the pilot project, the goal of the pilot project is to test this concept's feasibility and to see if it works, and to measure the effectiveness of this intervention as a civil engineering project for flood control and water retention. And then secondly, to gather data on what communities actually use these spaces for, like if people will even use this or what they would change about this intervention. And then the next step would be to take that feedback, apply the lessons learned to a second generation in similar sites in the north of the city. And then in turn learn from those interventions as well. And then finally to scale up after the project's been refined to multiple rivers throughout the city. So hopefully this intervention template allows for rivers to be included in development in the future instead of forgotten and abused as they have been in recent history. And then to build a network of flood control and water table recharge, and allow for the creation of sites for communities to, I don't know, build public spaces and infrastructure that they need without displacing what's already there. And that's it.
Thank you, Luke.
We found there to be a scale misalignment of scales between water projects and urban projects. Urban projects have an anthropomorphic scale. Water projects that are attempting to affect an entire watershed usually have a whole other dimension to them. If you look at any typical detention pond, they have to be big. Even if they're distributed like yours are, it seems like what your scheme is really to make a series of micro reservoirs that also make a series of urban centers around them and hold water for downstream. I don't know if your plans, it looked like they had some lateral spaces for detention, that it wasn't just in the little dammed up area. Yeah. The dotted ones, if you go back, you were just, that one. You have no build temporary programming where you might be able to mediate that scale and use these as weirs. In other words, a weir is when you have an offline water channel and you spill over into it when the water table gets a certain height and it stores the water. I think technically that's going to be your biggest challenge, is how do you scale up these to be effective in any kind of downstream capacity, right? That you want to, when you're in the upstream area, you want to hold water, right? You want to hold as much as possible. And I don't see why. There's a useful distinction between detention and retention.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it would play out here. Detention is something that is floodwaters that you temporarily hold until the flood subsides. Retention is more like a water feature that stays around longer, and it's what you would need to recharge your reservoirs.
Yeah.
Right? That would have to for a period of time. So I would say just, I like the spirit of the thing. where you're trying to tie together the problems of water and flooding with the urban, actually turning flood control into an urban amenity. But I think your two problems are, I think your biggest problem is the scale of this to be effective. And I think you could be more flexible with the land, meaning that it can flood in the seasons that it floods, but is otherwise usable, right? Just like you were doing with your little pockets behind the bridges, you could do the entire area, right? In order to affect the advantage. The advantage is that you have upstream politics. What you can do is say, I'm going to hold your water upstream. It's not going into your living room because we're going to hold it in our neighborhood upstream.
Mm-hmm.
What is that worth to you, right? It actually is an extraordinary value that you can use as a catalyst for some of these changes to happen. So I think conceptually you're on solid ground. I think in terms of your hydrology, your scale is a little bit off, but I don't think that would necessarily preempt. I think because if you have larger areas that could, like the one you found here, that could entirely be a detention basin, then you're getting to the scale that you want to have an effect downstream.
Yeah.
And I think it would also be true that I know we're not supposed to clear land, but there is a form of greater good that you could create larger land by demolition that could hold water. And let's say you displace 20 houses upstream by creating more open space. You could save 200 houses downstream from flooding by holding that water, right? That's a calculation that an engineer can actually make. So again, there's more flexibility to your scheme than what you're showing with the little bit of water retention that you're getting behind these bridges.
Yeah, those are really good points. In terms of hydrology, yeah, I have to say, I don't know. I'm not a civil engineer. I don't know much about areas and that sort of thing. And a geotech report would have to be made for all of these sites to determine permeability and that sort of thing. But the concept, I think, can be expanded and scaled up.
None of us are, and that's the same with the trash project. None of us are, but that doesn't mean we don't take these problems on, right? Because the specialists that we're evoking, whose authority we're evoking, don't have the broader frame of reference that we do when we're thinking about all the things that you're thinking about in this project, right? In other words, you've got to have some generalists, which we are, putting these pieces together. So even if you don't know the information, you accrue it over time, which I think speaks well for your methodology of testing it out and improving it as a template for other projects.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. I hadn't considered the demolition portion that you talked about, but I think that's something to look into. One thing I did think about was because of the elevation to the north, like maybe it makes sense to stop the water before it even gets into the city because a lot of it is running off the mountains. Then you wouldn't have to displace anyone. But then you kind of miss out on the urban catalyst side of it. But that would be something to look into, I think.
Creating an amenity.
Yeah.
I must say that I didn't really know what to expect in terms of what I was going to be seeing in the projects today. I was excited to participate and to get to know an area that I didn't know very well. but seeing the projects, there's an incredible familiarity with a scale and a kind of project that I'm used to working in Puerto Rico, where I'm from, especially after Hurricane Maria. I was seeing this project right now, and I could imagine it being a site in the mountain region of Puerto Rico with some of the same problems. Can we go to the last image that you showed a little while ago with your final proposal? And it seems like a very clever way of dealing with the site and transforming it. In having said that, and having worked on similar proposals, I was kind of expecting or waiting. There are a lot of drawings here, a lot of images, and you always wonder what's next, because of this community with so many individual houses and little buildings. Then all of a sudden you're going to get a group in the edge that are going to be very privileged in facing and sharing a border with this green open space. And I guess the next step is what happens there? What happens? How do you go beyond the green infrastructure proposal and actually propose a transition from the built work to the green area? Do we have a way of getting to this really nice green space that is not the traditional alley? Are there going to be spaces, like institutional spaces, that are going to provide for a larger, more, a different way of accessing that space? And I don't know if it was part of the project. I just wanted to talk a little bit of that, and if you thought about it as possibilities.
No, I honestly, I hadn't thought about what an effect like the popularization of this project would have on these existing communities, like how land value would go up or how the community might change. But I think that's definitely something to consider. Would be like 10, 20 years down the road. What are the implications of who's living here because of this type of project?
Because actually, as an architect and an urban designer, probably the two proposals would go hand in hand, or at least, while you're drawing one with your right hand, the other one would be, almost getting ready to draw with your left hand, almost propose, what should happen, not necessarily what is bound to happen. And there are two different ways of looking at it, right? One is you do the green infrastructure and you you allow the community to grow in the direction and the manner that it will, and you just provide the green spaces and the open spaces. The other one is to try to work some of that transition and even begin to bring some of those green fingers out into different places to reach out beyond the valley.
Yeah. I did kind of leave it open-ended. I think intentionally, just because I didn't want to impose a imagined program on what these people might need. I kind of just want to build the spaces for them to build what they need, I guess. But maybe I should be more confident in steering the direction in the future.
Well, I think either one is a valid position. I just wanted to know what was your thought process as you were working with this scale.
Yeah.
Look, again, I would like to talk about at the plane of an idea rather than a fully worked out proposal, which I think you sort of used the opportunity to sort of test out an idea. A couple of questions come to my mind. One is the kind of challenges that you are facing. It's everywhere in developing countries. how do you deal with urban rivers? How do you sort of, in the face of this incredible development frenzy, how do you deal with rivers? Because rivers are abused, as you guys all, the whole, the studio explored. Rivers are abused. Rivers are seen not as water bodies. Rivers are seen as potential lands to be reclaimed. So that threat is always there against rivers. So I appreciate the fact that you took this one stretch of the river and the flood control or your water retention as an opportunity to spur an urban moment, to create some kind of urban excitement, urban regeneration, taking a river flood water control as an opportunity. So that's great. That's wonderful. The two issues I want to bring to your attention. One is I would like to see how the water upstream and the flow, sort of the river is connected to the larger urban fabric. Even the image that you are showing now, next to it, how the river's larger ecology is affecting the urban fabric. I would like to get a sense. I don't like to see that a river is just, half a mile stretch. That's not how we see rivers. So we want to see a kind of a larger ecological space. That's my one point. The other point is you kind of assumed the dry season. Hold this image. Hold the previous image.
Go back.
Go back to the previous image. Yeah. No.
The rendering?
The dry season image. Dry season public space. One more. Yes, hold it there.
Oh.
So this is a fascinating. Okay, hold it there. So this is a fascinating image for me. During the dry season, how you are going to use the riverbed requires a lot of engineering intervention. It's too easy, I think, to assume that during the dry season, the riverbed can very quickly become a public space. The soil condition, the engineering of it, the descent into how the sort of the walkways cascade down into that riverbed, it requires a little bit more sort of both architectural and engineering solutions. So you can't just assume that, okay, this is dry and that immediately becomes an recreational space. So those are my comments. But I think in general, as an idea level, it's probably a good sort of opportunity to think through these urban challenges that are faced across countries in developing countries. I'll stop there.
Yeah, thanks for the feedback. I wasn't. I thought about like how to activate this space during the dry season, and I guess I kind of assumed that because of the traffic and because of program introduced here and here, that something would just emerge. But that's probably not a good assumption to make. But I would develop that if I had another semester.
Okay, thank you, Luke. Again, great work. And thank you for the comments.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback.
So our next student will be Quinn. Okay, perfect.
Sorry. 1 second. All right. Can everyone see the full screen?
Not
Okay.
the full screen. It's
Not-
only, it's just the PDF with the frame of the,
How
now,
about now?
now. Okay,
Oh,
perfect.
sorry about that. So hello, I'm Quinn, and I am decided to focus on affordable housing. So looking at the density in Addis Ababa with the growing population, I thought this might be a good issue to focus on, especially looking at the current housing projects going on in Addis. There's a lot of displacement. So basically, this image here shows the current settlements, and they are, in the city and near what everyone needs. And these new housing developments are way outside the city where you would need to travel by, bus or car, which we talked about earlier is not really the main mode of transportation for the people in Addis. So I wanted to look at a way that I could not displace the people and sort of focus on developing a housing unit to serve most of their needs. So starting first looking at the Upper Cabana River, and I wanted to identify the areas that had the most informal settlements so I could target the area that was the most densely populated. And then I also overlaid it with the flood map since a lot of these informal settlements are in danger in the flood zone. So I wanted to make sure that I could find a place where I can move the most people away from the flood zone. So after my analysis, I sort of picked this region here in zone A3. Zooming in a little bit more, unfortunately, I couldn't find an area that wasn't already populated, but there was some openings. So hopefully during construction, the people that live in this area can just be moved for a couple months. I know it's not ideal, but it was something I was struggling with. So I figured this would still be the best site overall. And then I noticed that there's a school over here. There's a lot of commercial areas along the main roads to the sides, but then overall it's mostly residential. And then the general idea before putting in the floor plans and everything is that I would like this plan to be fairly flexible. So sort of just developing these structural walls that kind of equally spaced, but sort of move along the river was the driving factor. So this is sort of how I started, and I looked at the connection to the road so that people can easily access the building, and then just trying to reactivate the river again and making that sort of more of a focal point, but also pushing back where needed. And then kind of getting into the concept and program, I wanted to make sure that I could house a variety of family types. So this is sort of a breakdown of family units. There's, the single family homes to, 3 bedrooms or more, and kind of keeping some areas open since I know that families grow and what I noticed in Addis is a lot of people work in their homes. So I wanted to provide spaces for people to not have to do that, and so that they can take over these open spaces and the community can decide, we're going to use this area to make the bread or crush the peppers or whatever they need. And then possibly as the family grows, since the structural element's already there, they can just sort of build in the units that they need as time goes on. So looking more floor by floor, the first floor is the most developed just because, first floor, it's pretty central, most accessible. So hopefully everyone can use it freely and happily. And then I have these terracing elements just to kind of break down spaces. So possibly in this larger area, it could be soccer fields. And then maybe as you get down close to the river, it could be agriculture. Main gathering areas, just smaller gathering areas. I wanted to make sure the community had a little bit of freedom, but also trying to be realistic about what these opportunities might be. And then you move up to the second floor, again, fairly developed, but it gets a little bit more open, where the third floor is the least developed since it is the hardest to get to. So you grow as you can move up. Looking at the section, it's fairly simple design, but I wanted to sort of focus on just having this like slanted roof where the water can be collected in the back, and there would be a water tank sort of towards the back underground, and allowing it to spill out when it gets overflowed. So then that back area with the walls extending would be sort of a wetland or just area for people to have their gardens easily. But then also with this rainwater collection, possibly serving the units as gray water in their toilets or whatever they need. And then kind of looking at the day in the life of this area, again, having this open terracing so people can use however they would like, and yeah, just sort of allowing the community to grow and use what they need. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Quinn.
Hi, Quinn. So my first question is, can you give us a sense of who the people will live here?
Yes, so I was sort of targeting the people living in informal settlements currently. So it's the lower income families, and again, targeting the people that are in the flood zone. So providing them affordable housing, a little bit pushed back, and again, the low income people that usually will try to walk place to place so they don't have to be displaced to the housing developments way outside the city.
So my next logical question is, if you go to the informal settlements, I know that I took Ruben to Karail slum in Dhaka some years ago. When we see informal settlements, the kind of the incremental makeshift nature of their housing is a complex issue. So from informal growth to formal living arrangement, that translation is often a very political, contentious, topic. How, in your design, what kind of intellectual challenges did you face from moving from informal settlements to more sort of organized, kind of mega structure-ish, settlement that you have created? What were your challenges?
Right. I think I struggled most with just sort of the size, because I was looking at documentaries about informal settlements and how small of a space a lot of people were living. So I struggled with trying to be extremely dense in my design, but also providing the quality of life that I thought people deserved. So just trying to equal that and making sure that I was trying to understand best I could what the community might need space for. So those were the main challenges. I hope I addressed them fairly well in this design, but again, just sort of the size and the needs were harder for me to understand.
The reason I asked this question I will identify one or two reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Number one is that attempts have been made to transform an informal settlement into a more formal living arrangements.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes in that process, people don't really understand, the designers, architects, and NGOs, non-governmental organizations, all these, Architecture for Humanity, for example, they go to Africa or other countries and they assume that this way of living, housing, is actually most desired. But it may not be the case. In Dhaka, we have seen in our studies, we have seen that in informal settlements, people value the kind of social vibrancy, the kind of the proximity and this informal encounters, accidental encounters, even the density itself is a social security. Density itself is a social capital, which people don't want to forgo. So I worry a little bit is that in this kind of plan Abu, a kind of unité d'habitation sort of arrangement, are you going to alienate the people? People who you are assuming that they would be welcoming this type of living arrangement with open arms. I don't know. So these are challenges that have been faced by many architects, NGOs, and organizations that work with informal settlements. I mean, think of John F.C. Turner in Peru, the architect who popularized self-help housing. He basically said, engage the people you are building for. Unless you institute an honest participatory mechanism, these projects are oftentimes feel like dropped from the sky by architect gods. So you need to kind of top down, bottom up. You have to do a fine walk. Otherwise, it just becomes a beautiful house, but unoccupied.
Or even Alejandro Aravena's elemental proposals, where if you I don't know if you can see my cursor, but let me try. So areas like this would immediately get filled up.
Right.
Right. I don't know if it's part of the proposal. Maybe I missed it, but it seems to me like I agree with the comments, knowing that also I've seen our wish to impose in projects in Puerto Rico some urban density multifamily housing, and even when it's government funded, the people we prefer to have a house, we prefer to have our own house, and it's an interesting conundrum between our desires as architects and the desire of the people that we're working for, and what they think is a better way of life, or what where memories and desires come together in the residential scale. As a project in and out of itself, I enjoyed your presentation and your drawings, and even the design of the actual proposal itself. It's there's some.
Quinn, I did not mean to say that I don't like your project. Your renders are actually fascinating. I would assume you are meaning the brown walls as wood or bamboo or something, or are these permanent concrete or brick walls?
So the main structural elements would be rammed earth, and then there are some bamboo shading walls for when there's like a bedroom area, but yeah, and then like prefabricated just walls to be set up. I was trying to look at cheap materials, but I want to revisit your question about challenges. I do think the biggest challenge that I have with this is not actually being able to go to Addis and talk to the community themselves. So all your points that you both have made have been very accurate and helpful.
I wanted to point out that the kind of the open spaces for future growth, that aspect of your design is very welcome. It can work to your advantage. I mean, I am thinking of Alejandro Aravena's elemental, his project where half houses. You may want to take a closer look at those houses. He left half of his house empty so that the community can grow and build as they choose. So I think that aspect of your design is appreciated. But in general, your renders are good. But the questions, the more intellectual questions that I was alerting you to, these have been addressed, since the mid 20th century, and we do not have a very clear understanding of that. And projects have been attempted, but we don't know what is the best way to engage the community we are building for. So those are the type of questions you want to address with some new innovation, social innovation, as well as architectural innovation.
Is this building in the floodplain?
Just pushed back. It's about 50 feet back, and the 50 feet is the floodplain area. But the terracing portions would be floodable.
And did there used to be houses in the floodplain?
Yes.
So you're pulling houses out of the floodplain.
Correct.
That's a pretty
Getting rid
powerful.
of at-risk houses. Yes.
Yeah, that's a pretty powerful motivation. My house is flooding, and giving someone an alternative, which I think you're doing by saying you're not displacing anyone. You're buying them the place to live with your density. What happens is when you build dense, you have more open ground for the floodplain to exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you framed the problem very well at all. Apart from the solution, I think if you're looking at a situation where houses are being flooded, and you're providing, you're getting people out of harm's way by building denser urban building stock, which you have to do in order to open up the ground plane for the water, right? I think your displacement could easily be taken care of with phasing, right? That you don't tear everything down at once and then rebuild it all at once. You could phase this thing. I would also be interested to know the scale of this versus the scale of the people that have been displaced, right? Of what's there now. I think you need those metrics to evaluate your project. In other words, there are more houses that you're providing than you took away. I would assume because of the density.
Currently, sorry. Go ahead.
I think the motivation is to get people out of harm's way without displacing them by building denser and opening up the floodplain again, right? The problem was they should have never been built there in the first place because they flood. Right. And I think that's a very clear ambition for the project. I don't think if you went there and talked to the people and asked them if they wanted an alternative to their house flooding, there wouldn't be much of an argument, right? I think that's a red herring. I think you just need to set the problem up in the sense that you need to pull these people out of the floodplain. And if you don't want to displace them, what you need to do is build a greater density, right? So that you can open up the floodplain and at the same time expand the floodplain and help the flooding problem downstream. I don't think you've done much to the ground here other than sculpt it with curves. But if that was thought through as detention, so that it's a win-win, right? You're not only pulling people out of the floodplain, but you're also holding water from downstream because now you have more open space to do it. Correct? Mm-hmm. So I think that the landscape in the foreground, I would argue the density in terms of, if I were you, how many are there, how many replacement houses that you would need to provide. And then I would, I'm not sure if this is the right density, it could be higher. And then I would say that there would be an agenda for the ground plane that you've now freed up that is not just about recreation or playing soccer, but it's also about helping with the water problem.
Mhm.
And that is a template of pulling people throughout the city out of the floodplain, right? Because it's a huge problem. If you have a flooded house, it's, which you guys know, just like we know, because we flood more than you do, less frequently, but we flood. The real problem in Houston is getting 100,000 houses out of the 100-year floodplain. And in some ways, this is the same problem. And the solution you come up with is density, which I think is absolutely on point, right?
Any final comment, Queen? Thank you.
No, thank you all so much.
Sure.
Thank you all for your comments. And thank you, Queen, for your work. Our next student will be Jael.
Do you want me or Ruby to go?
Oh, sorry, Ruby. Sorry, Ruby. Sorry, Ruby.
That's fine.
Sorry, that's true.
Can you all see my screen now?
Yes.
So
Maybe you
hi.
want, sorry, Ruby, maybe you want to make a full screen so we can see it bigger.
So my name is Li Xia, and also you can call me Ruby simply. And here comes my proposal of the city. In the previous research, what struck me was the situation around the river. We can see that in the 3 pictures took by last year around the upper Cabana River. In the first picture, there is very little communication between the river and the city, even as the backyard of the city. In the second picture, the accessibility on both sides of the river is very poor and fragile, and there's no supporting facility around. And in the third one, the informal dwellings of the surrounding low-rise houses are easily eroded by the flooding season of the river. And it's a little bit too close with each other. Then I will try to improve or try to solve that situation. And the topic will be select sides of the cliff. Let's move to the map. As we can see here, with the same issues shown by the pictures before, there are many buildings in the buffer zone of the river. The number will be 500 roughly. I just count them like roughly. These buildings are more or less affected by the flooding during the rainy season, and the surrounding buildings are denser, and most of the buildings are clustered together, and the buildings only have 5 bridges here, which cannot meet the needs of the residents. And according to the analysis of the above 3 aspects, it is concluded that the design should help solve the flood problem in the rainy season and reduce the impact of the flooding on the buildings surrounding the river. It should also increase the space for public activities to meet the needs for surrounding residents, and further ease building density should also be applied in this project. So my proposal would be like move all the house in the buffer zone far away from the river, and to build up some public buildings to both sides of the riverbank. And in order to find a suitable sites for their specific project, 7 sites in this area were selected for the topology analysis by drawing a section diagram using the altitude data from Google Earth and the control lines in the previous analysis. Finally, a site with the most prominent problem and the greatest architectural possibility was selected by the further design of the building, and the final location would be the point B. So the main functions of the newly building including like 3 parts: residence, public, and transportation. According to the requirements of the privacy, the residential buildings are placed on the both banks of the river, and the public of transportation parts are spanned across the 2 banks, and the 2 parts are used to reach the connection between the 2 sets and through the concentrated building volume, which is in the like here. So the main strategy will be make full use of the topology, and the first step will be like use to look up the terrain, and to have 2 boxes along the cliff edge, and then create a roof activity space for the residence surrounding, and then create an outdoor activity space for each unit, and then connect both sides of the river. So now comes the first perspective view of this project. In the upper right corner, oh, it's not. And okay, so the upper right corner right here is an experimental staircase that serves both as a way to adapt it to the height difference, and a place for citizens to maybe relax and have some social activities. And then it will introduce in the interest of this building. And the little legend in the upper left corner here attempts to explain the location of the perspective. So this one is right here. And this shows the relationship with the main road and of the city right here, and the community of the roof space. And people can just play around of the roofs. And this one shows the outdoor activity space obtained by the residents due to the advantage of staggered units. So staggered a little bit, so each unit will have their privacy or door space only for 2nd floor. And for this one shows the view from this side of the river, where you can see there the basic structure of the bridge divided into like 3 parts. The commercial part can be arranged on both sides, with the people want to just pass through this bridge can go in the middle, and it's a little bit higher to face the flooding season. And in this page we can see the view of this building as a bridge right here, and then the relationship between the bridge and the communicate center, or a transportation tower with the units. And this page shows the way people get natural light in the corridor when there is one inside completely in the land, which is this facade. So a window all through this rooftop, which I didn't show on the perspective view, and the light comes in this way, and then this one will be a solid wall with a thinner distance, and then it will be like bigger and bigger from floor 3 to floor 1. And this one, this page shows like the plan of this project, and as I said before, the main entrance will be in the second floor, and then you can go to your place from this floor, and then if you want to go to the third or first floor, just use this stair here, and then pass this bridge, and then you can go another side of the river. And also, if you want to go to the rooftop of this side, use this stair, and then here you go, and this side of the units. And this slide shows the elevation of this building here, and the maybe a little bit of the relationship with the topography surround, and this will be the main road I mentioned before. Same here, and this one, 2 sections I made for this building. So now it's basically what I have.
Thank you, Ruby. Thank you so much. Well, I would like just to take just 1 second just to welcome also Iñaki Alday, that he just joined us. Iñaki, as you know, he's the Richard Koch Chair in Architecture and also the Dean here at Tulane University. We have Iñaki as our guest reviewers, Francisco Rodriguez, Anna Morset, and also Albert Pope. Thank you, Iñaki, for joining us. Well,
so Ruby, I think I will, excuse me, I think I will ask the same question that I asked, Quinn, that who are you designing for? What kind of lifestyle they had in their you know, and how did you decide about the density? How did you decide about the kind of the spatial politics of your scheme? So that's my first question. I mean, when you touch housing, these are fundamentals. You know, who are you using? Who are you designing for? What kind of lifestyle they had, and what kind of design environment you are providing them with. That's number one. Number two is there is an element of mega structure in your scheme. It's a massive building block, and pretty worryingly, one arm of that housing block even goes over the river or the canal. So it almost, it's not only a mega structure, but it also dominates the waterscape in a way that it almost feels a little dystopic. That your rendering wasn't helping much. It feels a bit dystopic. Oh my God. I mean, when we deal with water, we want to be friends with water. We want to be friends with the hydrology of the river so that we are not limiting it to a mere drain to take some water out. But it is a vital lifeline of the city, and how you intervene architecturally is a life and death situation. So I'm not sure that going over the river with this one arm of the mega structure is demonstrates an empathy for the environment. So maybe I would like to hear from you. What was your process? Who are you designing for? Why did you decide to go over the river? I'd like to hear from you.
Okay, so for the first question, when Queen's presenting, I was asking myself who would use this kind of units I proposed. So as this page I showed before, so this area's resident will easily get like affected by the flooding in the specific season. And then if I want to move them into, if move into like other space, it will be like still density for that place, and it's not that like realistic to build a like a higher place to them. So why I sorry, I just forgot to say this, why I choose the section B here. So it will be like a main city road right here, and then due to the big like altitude difference, so it will have some maybe chance to use this kind of density not density control lines, and then to just like use the advantage of the topography, and then that is kind of like a starting point for the people there, that the informal housing surround of this place is very poor situation, as I showed in this picture. So not let them like be the back of the backyard of the.
Yeah, from the scale of this image that you're showing to the scale of the bridge house, it's a bit daunting. It's a little unsettling. So scale is very important. You need to, I mean, look at the figure ground of these map. You need to probably consider the floodplain of the river with greater sensitivity, and also a little bit of ecological empathy. I mean, imagine the bridge that goes over the river will have, pillars and columns going right into the floodplain. It's going to change the hydrology of the river, the water flow, and all of that. So I think when you design, you need to step back for a second and think about the scale of your intervention site. Who are you designing for? And I think those are very valid questions. As an architecture student, you may want to confuse yourself with a little bit. Architecture is a process that sometimes should confuse us, sometimes should traumatize us a little bit. Only from when you traumatize yourself a little bit do you come up with some reasoned intervention strategies.
I don't know. I would say the same thing I said to Quinn, which is why are you having so much trouble answering these questions? Who you're designing for is people whose houses are flooding, right? Is that so hard? It's how you're framing your project. I understood, if you go back to your crayon drawing, a fairly clear ambition to your scheme. Can you go back one or two? No?
This one.
More? One more. One more. Oh, you had one that had your steam in it. Keep going and I'll tell you when to stop. Keep going. Well, I don't know what happened to it. You had one that just showed the bridges and the houses in the floodplain. And it seemed like you were, no, it's at the beginning. It seemed like you were setting up a problem where you had, no, go back one more. I don't know what happened. There it is. Stop. Okay. So you're set. This to me is very clear. I thought I understood your project immediately here, that houses were being flooded. Informal houses were built in floodplain and people were being flooded out every year. The question of who you're building for is people whose houses are flooding out every year. And the point of pulling the floodplain apart and then bridging, not only by getting more, bridging now the wider floodplain, providing access for the whole city makes a lot of sense. And then putting replacement housing on those bridges also to me makes a lot of sense. I don't think tall buildings and rivers are dystopic at all. There are too many beautiful cities that have tall buildings that are on rivers for me to think that would be the case. I was actually going in the other direction to ask you why you wouldn't put the housing on the bridges as opposed to on the banks, because they appear to be in the floodplain. My biggest question is why haven't you moved? Why do you build the new housing in the floodplain? When the point is to move the house far away from the river, you build the house in the floodplain. And it seemed to me when I was looking at these yellow lines, that the point would be that you would replace the houses that you moved out of the floodplain with new structures that span the wider floodplain. So regardless of whether or not you think that's a good solution, I think the flaw in your logic is that you're saying you're moving the house far away from the river, and your new houses are not far away from the river. They're in the floodplain. You need to have an answer to that, right? Having set it up this way, you need to have the answer, because this to me is totally clear that there are not enough bridges, there are houses in the floodplain. You're solving two problems at once by clearing the floodplain and adding bridges, right?
Yeah, at the beginning, me and Ruben have a meeting about like should the units be like on the bridge here, right here, but consider the structure like difficulty and like maybe it will be much more expensive for just build a concrete or like other kind of.
Ruby, you said you chose this site because it afforded the greatest, and I quote, the greatest architectural possibility. I think this is where you then, as a designer, you have to go all the way. You have to take it to the next step and really search for what is that possibility. You can't do something as forceful as this and then talk about if it's going to be expensive or not expensive. I believe in what you're trying to do, and I think some of the reviewers believe it has possibilities as well. but you have to be able to respond to the questions in a way that affirms your belief in the project, your belief in the proposition. You know, when the Pont Neuf was built in Paris, it became more than a way to cross from one side to the other, a place for Parisians to gather, a place to appreciate the Seine in a way that it wasn't before. Only then did the Ile de Saint Louis became developed, when people wanted to live by the river and experience the river. I think you can do something special here, but I also think you have to be able to, you know, you can't be apologetic about what you're trying to do. And you have to find a way, you know, if you're designing for the community, that every one of your drawings shows that intention, that every one of your drawings transcends the, for example, this section, it has to be a wider section. It has to be a section that shows the two sides, that shows the bridging. And the one that you look at from above, let's see the plan from above. It's important that you design the bookends to this, you know, the plan, the site plan.
Sorry, it's a little bit lag between you and me.
No, I think it's further down because it's showing, no. And these are all really nice drawings. I think maybe it's a little problematic when you only concentrate on the building as your proposal and sort of divorce it from the reality of the site. Keep going forward. Keep going. Next.
Can you just say like which page?
I don't know which one it was, and I can't see it here. Keep going. I want to see the plan of your project.
Okay.
There. See, it almost looks like it's been dropped in there right now, and there's no reason to finish here, you know, or here, or even here. What does it do what does it do here? What does it do? You want to extend it and make it a part of this infrastructure? You know, is this an important element to try to work with the edge? What happens to this when it happens on what side of? So it can't be just, you know, dropped in here.
I'm sorry. Can I say something here? Actually, there is a reason why this unit ends up here and why this end up here and why the angle comes up this way. But thanks for your like question. I didn't show like why the logic of this angles right here. And if we go to this right here, and then can I go a little bit closer? So actually I made this 3D like a first 3D model of the site here, and then there is a pretty flat surface in that area actually, and the same thing happened right here, and here is a road right here which is next to the flat area here, and pretty like hard stop of the topology here. So there actually is a reason, and why this little bridge is right here is because of the, I'm sorry, what is that? So
and and I'm glad you have the reasons, and I'm glad you're answering it. I think the drawings that you're showing afterwards, or even the plan, the reading is more as something that landed there, than something that integrates and makes this space and the community better by its presence. It's a way of drawing it.
Yeah, maybe.
Ruby, just a brief comment. Yeah, there are some problems in the representation that is not helping, but I think it's an interesting proposal of these two branches that are trying to make the connections. I think that maybe the section is something that could be more clear. Maybe if you can zoom again in the same axon that you were showing.
This one?
Yeah. So I wonder if it, I mean, the bridge, it's, if you put it close to the floodplain, so you can connect this area here with the other side. You have this contradiction of a river that moves up and down. So if you put it close to the floodplain, it will be flooded from time to time. No, so I can imagine that the ground floor of the bridge is sometimes is flooded. It should be designed. It should be designed in a way that it can endure that. But you are providing a kind of covered space for market activities and something that should be compatible with being so close to the water. No, so you have this area of the housing at the same level is a little bit doubtful. You might want to move up those all the pieces one level, no, and get out from that level of the floodplain. And then you have the other level that is probably always safe. And maybe the challenge is how you connect this area here with the upper level of the bridge, that is the non-cover bridge, and how this connection is more clear. That right now is blocked, no? So that you have a kind of clear public space, a temporary, many months of the year covered space below bridging, and making sure that these two levels are also well connected. And what is a little bit less clear is the connection with the street and all that. And I wonder if the space that is behind, if you could open this and maybe use the spacing behind to go up. That in the section was a little bit strange, that kind of light courtyard becoming a little bit much more public and helping you to connect the bridge and the people from one side to the other. I think the bones, I think the bones are very good to work with. Maybe in the section you can be a little bit more strategic.
Yeah, if I just raise this bridge into a right level, it will
But if you want to connect the floodplain, you want to have a connection with the floodplain. The thing is that you have that level that will be flooded, no? So you can use the two levels. You can say, okay, it's good to have a shadow. And sometimes the current will be passing by. So I will design a very transparent structure, no? But then you have to do all the connections, no, to make that work, in case this happens.
Thank you, Iñaki and Albert and Adan. Am I pronounced right? So actually, like I was proposal to move all the buildings out and then to try to like solve the flooding problem or something like that. And after I found this nice place right here, which is, I think, might expand the place for people's activity, then I was a little bit like, for I so I will maybe like remember the first proposal like from beginning to the end. Okay, nice.
Okay, Ruby, thank you. But even though I have to say that that part of the building is a little bit raised, so the flooding can go, if I remember right, no? I think that I saw also in one of your images that you have some pillars. So the bridge is raised, so it can get flood on the lower level. Anyway, thank you, Ruby.
Thank you.
Well, our next student is Yael. She is already sharing her screen.
Hi, everyone. So my name is JL, and for my project, I wanted to focus on urban flooding. As we mentioned in the previous steps of the project, Addis Ababa experiences a rainy season, which happens during the summer, about 3 months, and that's when it gets most of its flooding. So the title of my project is Sponge Addis towards a more permeable city. As I was mentioning, Addis Ababa, can you guys see my screen?
Only the first slide.
Okay, let me fix that. You see? Sorry. Okay. As I was saying, Addis Ababa experiences flooding during the end of the summer from July to September, which is when it gets most of its flooding. And if you're looking at the map to the side, you can see that the darkest areas are the areas that are at most risk to get flooded during these seasons. So for the master plan, in the previous step, I focused on the sponge city. The sponge city is the idea of providing more permeable spaces around the city to deal with the flooding that occurs during the flooding seasons. And these places can also be used for other purposes during the dry seasons. So they're being used all year round. So for my idea of a sponge city, I focused more on the areas that are away from the rivers, but this concept is not mainly for those areas. They can also be dealt with along the rivers. So this is the master plan from the previous steps, and this is the area of the upper cabana that we're focusing on right there. So for the strategies on how to deal with flooding around the city, I kind of came up with like 2 strategies. One, to deal with the streets and pedestrian. As we know, 54% of the people of Addis Ababa walk to get to their destinations. So I wanted to really focus on pedestrian access. So I came up with 3 strategies to deal with pedestrians, and a concept where the street is more focused on cars and buses. I would be reducing it to allow more space for pedestrians, cyclists, and also the possibility for bioswales to deal with the flooding during the rainy seasons, and also something to remain during the dry seasons. In a second type, what I did was in streets that didn't really need to be, that I didn't find needed to be two-way streets, I turned them into one-way streets and provided more space for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as bioswales, again, to deal with urban flooding. And in a third process, I looked at streets that didn't really need to be streets and turned them into pedestrian walkways. So basically reducing the amount of cars, but providing more space for pedestrians. And in the process of dealing with urban flooding, I looked at 3 different types of plaza typologies that could help with the idea of flooding. So in a case where if this was the original, like this was how the city was, these 3 types of plazas would be how I would be dealing with this issue. So for soft pavement, basically the idea is it rains and these areas, they delay the water from flooding the city, and then they also clean the water before it infiltrates the ground. For hard pavement, these areas would kind of delay the flooding, and then they could also be reused for other purposes around the city. And then for the idea of water, the idea is to retain and delay. Basically, this applies in the case of rivers where we allow the river to flood, and then it slowly takes, we allow the river to flood without affecting the people around them. So for my proposal, I decided to look at an area towards the south of the Upper Cabana River around the Treasure Project. And this is the area over here. This area I found to be one of the most, that is one of the areas that get flooded a lot. So I focused on this main plaza over here. So this is what the project looks like right now. As you can see, it's a 3-lane road going both ways, and then 2-lane around the park area over here. And some of these streets are dead ends. So this is the project right now. And this is my proposal for the project. So the idea is basically providing more space for pedestrians and also dealing with urban flooding. So turning the 3 lanes into 2-lane roads in areas like these lanes that were 2 lanes going both ways, I figured it would be okay to turn them into 1-lane roads that went around the park instead of having them go both ways. Closing down some of the streets to allow more pedestrian over here, raising the streets around the park so that the sidewalks, the streets are all at the same level, which allow easier walkability for pedestrians. Along the park over here, I also added bike lanes to improve the cycling network around the city. And I also added another park area over here to deal with urban flooding when possible. So this is the project on the inside. This area over here would be a pavilion that could be used for different purposes. My idea for this is to promote informal commerce, as this area over here is kind of, there's a university nearby. So I figured informal commerce would work well over here. So the steps would lead down to reach the river over here. And then there would also be this idea of the soft pavement along this side. So if we're looking at the diagram over here, so the river would be considered the water plaza, which could flood during the rainy seasons, and then it slowly drains back. The lighter blue area, which would be this green space over here, would be considered as a soft pavement, where during the rainy seasons, it can catch the water and slowly release it back into the ground. And then the hard pavement over here would be concrete steps leading to the river that could flood, but then also slowly recede back into the ground. So the proposal was to allow the river to flood, providing water treatment mainly along this area over here, increasing pedestrian mobility, so providing wider sidewalks for pedestrians, expanding the cycling network, so having more cycling bike lanes around the city to help improve that. Providing public facilities, in this case, would be this pavilion over here that could have restrooms over here, and then the open space could be used for market commercial space. Here is a section of my project right now. So this is the current state of the site. As you can see, most of the space is being used for cars. I would be reducing that and providing more space for pedestrian. This would be the river, which could flood and then over time drain back into the ground to replenish the water table, as well as also cleaning it before it does any of this. More pedestrian, more sidewalks, bioswales to kind of capture some of the water around the rainy seasons. This is an axon of my project. So basically looking down to the river, same idea over here with the hard plazas. It could flood and then slowly drain back when needed. These are my views right now. This is one looking at the pavilion over here with the trees, cypress trees that could provide shading when it's really sunny. And this is a second view of the project. And finally, I thought it would make more sense to have a connection between, instead of having this project be in one spot, it would be also great to have it be like a connecting network around the city. So this is my pilot project over here. My idea is that the same process could be used in other areas to kind of connect, like to create a network. So this red area over here would be the type 1 streets, which we would reduce the amount of lanes and provide more sidewalk for pedestrians, bioswales to deal with flooding, and cycling to create a cycling network. And this is it.
So Jael, can you go back to your before after sections, just before after section that you showed toward the end, before after picture? Yeah, hold it there. So let me try to understand the site a little bit. So in the current scenario, the river is not there.
So Ruben and I were talking about this for a while. So I can show you the image over here. So if you're looking at this map right here, let me see if I can zoom in. The river doesn't actually show on the map, but from the data that we gathered from the city website, there is actually a river that runs through this area, although you cannot see it. So you can see here, but not on this site. I think it's covered.
It's not really a river, it's a trickle, probably.
Probably.
Right? It's a kind of it's a stream or a trickle. So, and also in your site, it does not continue beyond your that area. It does not continue to flow. I see some green. It continues. The trickle continues.
I believe that it does. Yes.
Okay, I see some green. Probably the green is the floodplain. No, I can relate to it. I have seen disappearing canals and streams in cities. No, I think you have some interesting ideas. I think the pedestrianizing the areas around is the area, your site, your intervention site is good. Although I would like to understand the, would it be for commuters? Are you facilitating a sidewalk infrastructure that is connected to the broader area of your around your intervention site? So that's a question I have. Is it for the commuters? Is it a more part of a larger sidewalk infrastructure? Question number one. Question number two is, so you use the word sponge. So you want to retain kind of the, during the flooding season, you want to convert it into a kind of a water retention pond, a kind of a urban sponge.
Yes.
What would be, so that's a pretty, sound engineer calls for an engineering solution. How do you retain, how much water you can retain? So I wonder if you could talk a little bit about its retention engineering a little bit. How much is it, or it just is in the level of an idea that, okay, it can serve as an urban sponge.
So to respond to our second question, so the idea of having the hard pavement and the soft pavement, so that when it floods with the hard pavement, it will hold the water. I mean, I don't know how much water it can hold, but it will hold a certain amount of water and then slowly drain back into the ground with the soft pavement treatment. I don't know if that answers your question. And for your first question about the sidewalk, I do believe that if this project was a success, it would be great to have wider sidewalks for all the pedestrians, since 54% of the people living in Addis, they walk. And the sidewalks just seem pretty small for such a large number of people walking at all times.
Yeah, okay.
I would think I think they're starting out with the street, and then the water, different pavement types, I think is a good way to set up the problem. I also think you should think it through. I mean, basically what I like about it is the larger network that you showed right at the very end. And I think probably what you've done is focused a lot of attention on the node of this one space, but something that you said at the very end about the bicycles, the bicycle route could give you a swale to control water, makes me think that this is what I think that the way you might set this up is as follows. One is that you're actually finding these tributaries that have been covered, right? And that's your typical site. You're looking for these tributaries. Okay, the second thing I would say is that I would want to connect up have a better connection between the road and the pavements. In your language here, it would be the lines of the network and the nodes are more tied together. Right now, they're only tied together by the thin little bioswale that you put in the road. And I think you need to have a stronger connection between the road and the pavement, or between, in the network language, is called the edge and the node. Maybe that there's a greater and lesser degree of unpaving that goes on in the roads, so that the environmental contributions that they make are more significant, and that they tie more directly into the center, the nodes that you're making. You start out that way, and I think that that's an interesting way to separate what you're doing between the edge and the node. If the road or the edge had more of an environmental component to it, it was hard to tell with just a narrow swale. And then what I think you'd be looking at is restoring a network of tributaries, or revealing a network of tributaries that existed in the city that, yes, they control the water, the flooding, in the various ways that your pavement type is describing. And that they also extend out from that to all the roads in the network. So that it's a larger scale project, that you pay more attention to the larger scale ramifications. You said you came to it at the end, that you thought, well, there'd be other sites, but I think you actually came to it at the beginning, where you gave us typical road and typical pavement. Those are setting up a system and a network. And I think that would be a sort of more comprehensive, in the way that you're showing here, way to integrate water and flooding into the city, especially into not areas that are riverine flooding right on the edge, but actually ones that probably suffer more from surface flooding that you get from tributaries. In other words, I think you have a much larger system than you're describing, right? That has a much, your classmates have been dealing mostly with the riverine flooding, but the surface flooding that comes from tributaries is also a huge problem. And I think this is a tribute could potentially be addressing that scale of flooding systematically, not just in one intersection, because you set it up in terms of a system. Here's the road, here's the pavement, that systematically could deal with flooding in a larger area and could actually be extended throughout the city. I would be interesting to see, I don't know if it would be possible to do, you'd have to find an old map to find the tributaries that exist, that have been covered up. The thing about tributaries is that you can cover them up, but the water doesn't go away. Maybe you know that in New Orleans. We certainly have learned that here, that you can try to erase the river, but the water is still there. I think there's a really smart, I think that would be instead of us asking at the end, where's the water, or where's the river, that's actually your premise. And that this is a tributary system that combines roads and pavement surfaces to control this level of flooding that is not directly adjacent to a river, which I think is really smart. In other words, you have set up a system. We just haven't seen that system drawn more explicitly in your project, but I think it's there. And you I think the sponge proposal, you have a lot of hard pavement. So it's hard to call this a sponge proposal. I think that your hard pavement, it's interesting that you're holding the water in the hard pavement in this node area. And when you said something about holding it for future use. Yeah. Which I think is interesting and important in a monsoon situation, right? Where you have it dry, except for this, the water is not evenly distributed throughout time, that you're trying to hold the water in certain places, which I think could also have a really strong impact on the system. And because you're going to have these pools that are sitting there in the middle of these, which could, in an area that needs water 9 months out of the year or 8 months out of the year, could be a real community asset. You following?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so I think you set up a system, you just didn't go far enough in showing how extensive that system could be.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jael, yes, just building on Albert's comment that I think they are perfectly targeted. You can also think that the streets, because I don't know how realistic is to uncover all the system of tributaries, but another way of thinking is what Albert was saying, that they continue carrying water also because this is very linked to the mountain system and all the infiltration in the mountain and how they trickle in the streams during the rainy season. But rethinking as you are starting to the system of streets as a system of tributaries as well, no? So how the streets are now a new hydrological or hydrographic system, and then you are creating a kind of strategic connections between the initial system that is lower than the city, that is in many cases underground, with the new system in which the streets are managing as a tributary system the water. And then the example that you have shown is this interface in between the upper and the lower levels, no? And then you can decide how much of that water is evacuated, how much of that water through the lower system, how much of that water is reserved and kept there, etc. No? So in a kind of diagram, you would have two lines of water: the line of water that is above ground, the line of water that is underground, and then the connections that happen from time to time. No, if you were doing just a water scheme, no.
Yeah, that's much clearer than I was saying. That you actually have two overlaid systems. One of them is the orange lines, which is the roads, and then you have a new set of lines, which is the tributaries, and then your black circles would be the place where they meet.
Yeah, I didn't think about it in that way, because we only realized that the tributary was underneath our site after we established that we wanted to look at the site, and we started working on it, and then we realized that the tributary was underneath the site.
That's called turning a problem into an advantage, right?
Yeah.
All of a sudden you find something and it seems like, well, there's water. I'm not sure what the water is, but it actually, you turned it to your advantage by imagining it as a system, or you can't.
Jael, I wanted to add to what I was saying earlier is that the potential for your project is really your project being a prototype of canal reclamation in the city. It can spur certain types of urban water regenerative, water body restorative process. So it can be really a great process. So instead of presenting it or setting up your project as a very localized challenge in your site alone, present it as a kind of a citywide water restoration, water restorative project. So your project is just part of a larger water restorative system in the city. That way, I think it can be really meaningful for a variety of cities, not just in Addis Ababa, but it can be such a useful project for so many different cities in which water is disappearing because there is a huge demand on land. So it can be really presented as such.
Yes, I do believe so. 。
Well, thank you very much for your comments and thank you very much for your work, Yael.
Thank you for all your comments. Thank you.
And last but not least, Karim.
Hey everyone, just give me a second while I share my screen.
Okay.
Ruben, how many do we have? This is the last one?
The last one.
Okay, okay.
Hello guys, my name is Kareem, and I will be, wait 1 second. It froze for a second. Just give me 1 moment. Hello everyone, my name is Kareem. I will be, I'll be presenting my proposal, or the proposal for the studio Addis Ababa River City. So the proposal that I was thinking of designing is called Public Market Bridges. It's a strategy for occupation, activation, and connection. This project takes as its context a sprawling, dense, rapidly growing informal neighborhoods at the periphery of Addis Ababa's core along the upper Kabana River. This proposal recognizes the opportunity and the challenges of working in this informal neighborhood. The gifts of a dense social fabric and vibrant local markets, outside the web of transnational capital, as well as the problem of course, the disaggregated urbanity and lack of infrastructure and municipal services. So this is just a view of the market spaces in this disaggregated and not connected system that already exists. So first I started out mapping out just main infrastructure that existed in Addis Ababa along the upper Kabana River. So as we see, mapped commerce, education, culture, and of course public spaces. And then I went ahead and looked at where I could add these sites on the upper Kabana or opportunity sites, located the opportunity sites, and then analyzed where I can put each and every like piece. It's like a key and a lock. So here, for example, at the bottom, where you see a lot of the circles, here I found out that this neighborhood especially wanted more culture spaces, wanted more commerce spaces. So that's how I came to pick my site. And then once I did that, I went ahead and also mapped how there is no connection and the possible opportunity to connect these two sides of the river together and make them conversate through the analysis we did earlier this semester. So the overarching agenda is to increase connectivity and neighborhood definition using inhabited bridges across the river. To accomplish this, a flexible, replicable proposal was conceived that could adapt to riverfront sites all along the Upper Cabana, as you see in this here. So the idea that it could be replicable, and 3 ways organizing and guiding strategies are used. So first, a hybridized program of market stalls and spaces for production, including urban agriculture and small artisan studios inside the building. A formal language of arcades that created a porous, inviting architecture, bringing neighbors into through the space, while also supporting the local economy and drawing on local knowledge by using bricklayers to create the arches. And finally, the integration of green ecological infrastructure to serve the neighborhood and revitalize the riverfront. Stormwater retention and purification takes place on site to slow down runoff, reducing pollution and accommodating for flooding. So here are just the plans. I'm gonna go through them. So this proposal is embedded in the sloping riverfront topography. There are 4 levels, the streetscape, which I showed here. And actually, this is not the street here. This is the lowest floor, and then the first floor, and then this floor has flexible spaces that can be used as classrooms, as sometimes as classrooms, but mostly it's catered for commerce. And on the ground floor, it rather invites flooding and stormwater, creating a terraced landscape to aid hydraulic cycles while inviting visitors to engage with nature. As we see, returning to the earlier list of 3 strategies that we talked about earlier, we first see the market stalls, inviting passengers by to shop, activating the bridge space on the top floor. Second, we see the principled and methodological application of language of arches. These fluid yet regularized openings again invite visitors, activating the space, while also creating a rigorous order that better articulates and formalizes the urban condition, as well as allows for flexibility and replication. On another site, a few more or a few less rows of arches can be added or subtracted off the grid. Thirdly, green infrastructure is incorporated. Stormwater from the street level here slowly is carried down a cistern and distributed to the tiered flood water to the nearby river. So to conclude, we again look at the plans of each this perspective, and let me go back to the plans just so we can see it better. So we again look at the plans to see the configuration in more detail. Above all, the building is organized to connect the neighborhood and activate the space through an inhabited program bridge that builds, infusing a stronger ordering system, linking scattered neighborhoods or scattered neighbors or neighborhoods around the center artery of the river. So I'm just going to go through the floors one more time. So this is the lowest floor on the river. And then you go up to the only level, the first floor, if you want to call it the second floor. I like to think it's the second floor. And then, so these spaces are mainly more calmer spaces, and they are flexible. They are closed down by easily removable fabrics. So if you wanted to take that space, you could just close it up and use it for something else. And then we see here the street level where you see the connection happening. And then finally, there's an additional roof level to look over the river and just enjoy and sit in a nice sunny Addis Ababa day. Thank you.
Thank you, Karim. But do you have more views at the end? You didn't show them.
I have more, but I unfortunately couldn't have time to carry them to the end as I wanted to. But these are, I have a third one, but I wanted to just show these two because the third one is just basically this one, but the other side.
The axon is very clear.
Which one? This one?
First one at the beginning.
This one?
Yeah.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, do you have an image, side plan where it shows the various communities that is tying them together and how it's doing it?
So for the neighborhood analysis, I went, so in here, I just showed where I wanted them to connect. I did previous studies of
I don't want to sound picky because you obviously did a lot of work and a lot of drawings, but it seems to me that if it's acting like a connector and a bridge between various communities, that would be an obvious drawing to show.
Yeah.
I guess these last two projects are more modest in scale in terms of the interventions and adding programs. This one's pretty interesting in tying together the bridge typology and the commercial arcade typology into a single construction by using the bridges. And I think the evident need for the bridges makes sense in pulling people down to the water. I assume the bottom is floatable. I also like a lot the little area at the top that you can look out over the river. It seems like that could do more. If it maybe back up or go forward or whatever, so I can see that piece on the top.
I'll go show you that.
Yeah. that to me is the kind of key piece that potentially ties it into the neighborhood. I mean, the bridge does too, but this actually ties it in architecturally, and also forms a street, and also could provide access down. It seems like a real key piece to the project that might be underdeveloped, that it could do more than what it's doing in terms of making that connection. It's a little piece of urban poche, I suppose. I don't know what the other side looks like, but it more, without it, the only connection really is the bridge itself, and maybe the ramp that goes down. So, which is why I think it's kind of important and maybe underplayed in the scheme. I guess one of I can see how the city is moving into the river. I'm just wondering out loud if there's any way that the river could move into the city, or if any way that there's a reverse action that makes this more visible, makes the river more present in the area, because you're really pulling, by using the arcade typology, you're really just pulling the city down into the river, which kind of suggests, a counter move of maybe how could this then, how could the river move up? And I guess I'm maybe looking at that, the little green space at the top too, as maybe a counterpoint. I don't know how you get down there, or if there's a way to diagram in an urban park space, which that looks like, but at street scale, that would have that reverse effect in the city. So I think it's a really nice project. I'd probably want to work on the way the columns are working a little bit, but they're fairly convincing. So I think it's really, and what it's doing really well. And what it's doing is bringing the city straight down to the riverbed. And the only comment I really have to make about that is, could there be a reverse action that announces the river and the city as much as your project announces the city and the river?
That's right.
I agree. And I really wasn't expecting to see something like this, which obviously reminds me a little bit of the aqueduct in Segovia, and some Moneo in Mérida, and even some Vázquez Consuegra in Sevilla. It's convincing, and it's a piece of urban infrastructure that actually becomes a magnet to tie in the various communities and to be used, not only to be visited. And almost I can imagine, wanting to be there and wanting to return there. And it's one that allows us, it's so well drawn and has so many drawings that will allow us to talk about the architecture. And I wanted to talk a little bit of the piece that sort of floats above. And this may not be the best drawing to do it. I think there was I think there's another one of maybe it's one of your perspectives. Because here in this section, there, for example, I think that the canopy, and this is getting a little picky, but this connection over here, I think there's something about the arcade and this piece that this one really wants to maybe float above and be lighter, and maybe this is too thick over here. So same with this one. I don't know if this wants to be just part of the brick or whatever material it is going up all the way to the top, and this one introduces a new material, and it's something that is thinner and floats above the heaviness of the rest of the structure. But it's an impressive piece. I think there are ways to play a little bit with the arches, with the columns, and doing a few more things than what it's doing right now. But it's quite nice.
So I want to talk about the lightness. I wanted to do something definitely not concrete at the top, but it's kind of was like the only way to suggest or to me suggest the continuation of the bridge, or going from the street onto the other side. And about the arches, how I divided it up was based on a grid, like I said, and this first space is a double height space that is open 24/7, but the building becomes, it starts here, the building starts here, the interior, and then continues with this variation of double arches and single arches. But the single arches always close with glass at the top, and then closes here. So the building is really just one floor. The bottom is open, and then the top is open. And I didn't want to have an arch wider than 6 feet, and like not have. I don't want to separate the glass.
So, Karim,
I just have one more observation, and it's about how you meet the river. And maybe we can go to, well, it's this, right? But we can go to the previous drawing, the same perspective that you had a little, because it's the one moment where I think, no, the one where I annotated, but you can see it here as well.
Where? Oh, here.
The perspective, the one we were talking about a little while ago, where I made some drawings over it.
That's, I
no,
think
it's at the end, Karim. It's at the end. It's one of the one of the last one. This one.
I think these guys, they look, almost residential in scale. I don't know if you want to have something that is a whole platform that goes all the way down, and this is wider, and it's a place where you can sit down and have something at the civic scale rather than the smaller stairs, because everything you've done is so monumental, and then the way to reach that level becomes
I guess I was thinking about these stairs as like connecting those slabs or those bridges on that ground floor, because really this space is very floodable, and you're gonna be in the space when like it's not flooding, so we don't know if like how occupiable this space is. We can't be certain, but yeah, I understand 100%. You're right.
Karim, I was wondering, so just to clarify, you have housing here?
No.
There's no housing? What's the function inside?
Commerce.
Commercial spaces.
Hybrid commercial spaces.
Okay. So, I agree with all the comments that were made, and particularly Albert's comment that your infrastructure brings the city down to the level of the river. I think that was nicely done. And it was, your project reminds me of Corbusier's Plan Abu in Algiers. You wanna take a look. In 1931, he designed this massive infrastructure that kind of goes through Casbah. His project was, of course, not built, but your project gives me the impression that it could be built. It gives me that good feeling that why not? We should get this done and get this built. I like the idea of how the city kind of cascades down to the. You use the promenade and the arches and this linear infrastructure to bring the city down to the level of the river. One comment I would like to make is that on the one side, you have nicely resolved the problem of a linear structure. You have kind of wove the one side of the arm, but the other side that kind of the viaduct goes to the city on the right side is kind of stops all of a sudden. Can you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
Not this one, the other one, go to no other one, the axon, the aerial view of the whole infrastructure. Yeah, hold this one. See these on the left, it's nicely resolved. It kind of brings people down. It's kind of woven into the urban fabric. On the right side, it stops all of a sudden. So you need some kind of treatment to weave it and scale it down to the existing fabric. So it should not just cut off. It should be kind of enter the city with some humility, with some blending, with some scaling down. So those are my points. Otherwise, this drawing in particular did it for me. I think it's very convincing, beautifully drawn, and also it kind of when I in my earlier comment in another in Ruby's project, when I said dystopic, I by no means I meant to say that you cannot build over a river, but it just the scale, the fenestration, the fabric, the texture, the overall ambience was felt dystopic. It was not blending in. This one, even though you have this monumental scale, almost a Greek stoa or a viaduct or an aqueduct, almost via Aqua Agrippa going through Rome, that feeling. But it's much more, and it feels it's embedded in the texture fabric of the city. And I think that's the beauty of your project. And I also like it kind of creates how it kind of embraces the river, these arches, these aqueducts, embraces the river. I think that's beautifully done. I feel like even though it has the ambience of Corbusier's Plan Abu, but this one is buildable. It's relatable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karim, quick comment. This drawing is excellent, and I think it helps you much more than the renders. The renders are not at the same level, so I think the line drawing is much more effective. I think that everything has been said, how this builds city, it connects both sides, it supports the street, it continues the pathways along the river, and it creates this extra mezzanine market. I think perhaps I have the vertical connections are the piece that are almost solved, but not completely, as Anand was saying, in the upper side that you are closing. A way to solve those, I think there's some work that might be done in the center piece of how you connect this level to the market that is a little bit unclear. It's functionally connected, but it's not transparent, that connection. I don't know if you could go from here and enter in the mezzanine somehow, or continue going down, maybe in the opposite direction of this, and this using the exterior to make the connections, and maybe an intermediate connection as well to the mezzanine. So how it builds a little bit more seamless, the vertical connections. No, I'm not sure if you need to have the balcony on top of this, or if this roof could be a little bit lighter. I think it's a lot of balcony that you are offering, so I'm just not sure. But in any way, it really works well. Regarding the arches, I have no problem personally with the arches, but I would like to see them coming from a material decision, for instance. I don't know how much clay you have here, how much stone or how much wood, and maybe what you have here maybe is more wood. And I understand perfectly what you want to do in terms of this very rigorous rhythm and this structural clarity, and it's great. I just wonder about the material selection and how this would play off with a different approach to the formal decision. But overall, really clear.
Thank you.
And convincing drawing.
I just wanted to talk about material. The material I just briefly just thought about, because it just stuck with me that I wanted to create something that is beneficial for Addis Ababa, and not making them import anything, and just use the existing materials that they have. So brick or stone, this type of already existing. I was also thinking about bamboo, but then I like the ideas about how inviting the arches were. So I was tackling between a couple of things, but the economy was always a big thing in my mind, because it was what I did my research on in the beginning, or the analysis on in the beginning. So I got to know a lot about it.
I think that you mentioned that at the beginning. If you go back to one of your renderings, there is some confusion between the concrete work and the brickwork, where I'm seeing cantilevers, concrete cantilevers, and thin columns, and cantilevered slabs, and these steps, and especially the way that the concrete of the bridge cuts through the arch in a very atectonic way, makes me think you haven't really sorted out especially if you're talking about the bricks in a vernacular sense, because that's some complex engineering that you've got going on between the concrete and the brick, which I think you intend. I mean, this entire piece up on the left, the canopy, I can't not think about a 10-story concrete housing slab sitting on top of that thing, because of the way you set it up.
But
it is overstructured for what it is.
It's not it's just the parapet.
Yeah, no, but it's overstructured for what it is. It's oversized as a parapet. A parapet's on a building. This is a rail of some kind. Yeah. But it makes me think that maybe this is a hybrid, that it's not just archaic vernacular materials but that it is actually a hybrid between the concrete and the brick. And I know that towers, we sort of like the world that the arches produce. I would really love to see to play the concrete side up more. Say a low income housing slab that would take benefit of all these connections and this intersection and access down to the river as part of the project.
That's actually very interesting. Thank you so much.
I think you should definitely take a look. I'm sure you've seen it before and you saw it for this project, but Rafael Moneo's Museum of Roman Art in Merida, the way that the concrete slab coexists with the very thick brick arches and the steel railings, I think it's done very beautifully, very poetic. I think it could help you immensely.
Karim, I think after your explanation about the economy and the place, I am reinforcing my idea that I'm not convinced by your choice of the brick. I think when you are looking to what the traditional practices are there, what the available materials are there, I think you have other choices that would be quite interesting to see. Yeah,
100%. And brick wasn't my only choice, but I don't know, but yeah, you bring up a good point.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you, Karim. Great work.
Yeah, and beautifully drawn, very precise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, maybe what we can do is just, Karim, if you just share. Okay, just a very last word. I don't know if you just want to say something just to wrap up this interesting session, an intense session. Albert, Annan, Iñaki, Francisco.
Oh, I think the range is fantastic of work that from where we started out with all that comprehensive analysis down to where we ended up with brick arches is an admirable pedagogical feat and an admirable job done by the students on making that connection, which we almost never make or have a very hard time making, between an almost regional scale. You were actually going up to the national scale, coming into the watershed, and the watershed bringing a whole other dimension to the project, down to the urban issues, was quite convincing.
Ruben, thank you for inviting me. I thoroughly enjoyed the conversation. The studio, the range of projects is excellent. I particularly like the study of the city. That part is very well done and beautifully represented in graphics. So I think that part is good. I just want to have a few more conceptual comments, which is this is geared more toward the students. I think the beauty of architecture is that we can go to far-flung areas of the world and bring the strength and the poetics of architecture to change the lives of people, to change the ambience of the cities. So we can use architecture as a language of development. Development, not just physical development, but cultural development, all kinds of issues that can be addressed with the language of architecture. But there is also danger to it. We should not, in the past, we have seen how architects have gone to cultures that are not their own, and they thought that they have a prophetic mandate to initiate change. As architects, we have to be supremely careful not to drop things on people that we may consider inferior. So we need to, as much as we hone our eyes, we also need to hone our ears. We need to develop the faculty of listening. So that's why I kind of, across my comments, I wanted to make the point that we need to listen rather than drop this prophetic architectural piece. We need to listen to the people we are designing for. Through collaboration, we can still do great, uplifting, soaring architecture, but that cannot be a 10 commandment dropped on the people. It has to be organically grown from the city, from the people, and in the end, we can do great stuff. And I think seeing this studio reminds me two things. One, we can still, despite post-colonialism, post-structuralism, postmodernism, we can retain the belief in the power of architecture. At the same time, we have the great opportunity to create a new kind of architecture that is collaborative, that listens, that gives back, and at the same time lifts up a people, lifts up the society. Thank you.
Thank you.
I could agree more with those words. And I think in the end is wherever we go and wherever we're fortunate enough to be able to interact with people and with a place, is that we leave it better than the way we encountered it, and that can be done, with simple moves, where a lot of the work is really understanding place, understanding history, understanding culture, understanding what the place wants to be, understanding its memories, and also understanding its desires, and being able to be a translator of, because in the end we're working for people, we're working for people who are going to use the place, we're working for people who that space is going to maybe become even symbolic or continue, a tradition, even as we look forward to always making a new architecture and an innovative architecture. I congratulate Ruben and Iñaki for the studio, for the pedagogical intent, the students for the exquisite drawings and the hard work that you put into your research and digesting this place and coming up with individual solutions. I thoroughly enjoyed the process and the results. And I look forward to seeing what comes out of it. Thank you, Ruben. Muchas gracias.
Paco, gracias.
Thank you also, Ruben, and thank you, Adnam and Albert and Paco for being here. And from my perspective, I'm sorry I arrived late, so I have only a partial view, although I have tried to sneak in the box folder in the changes between the projects to see also Luke's, Gabriel's, Ryan's, and Kelsey's. I have seen the previous semester, and I have seen a huge progress. So congratulations in that sense, and even not having been able to travel there, and it's as Adnam was saying, it's really important to understand the place, to listen to the place, and to try to contribute without imposing with any superiority. So that I know that you have made an effort, and it's seen that despite not having been able to travel, you have try to connect as much as possible with the place and making a good diagnosis. That is the most important and more difficult thing, no? To make a good project, an effective and positive intervention, you have to understand which are the issues that are really important and need to be dealt with, no? And we have plenty of architecture and urban interventions that are good due to a bad diagnosis of the issue. So I think that you have, for what I have seen, been very sharp in diagnosing the issues, and the projects that you have developed more in detail are good. We're all making sense and we're all tuned. So that's a good proof of that. So thank you for having me and congratulations for the work.
Well, thank you so much, Albert, Annan, Paco, and Iñaki, for your time and for these intense and very constructive conversations for me and also for the students. And my last word, I would like to say that again, thank you to all the students. I'm really proud of you guys, of your work. Not only because this year we couldn't be able to travel to Addis, but also for this situation. I think that the work that you have developed during this semester under these circumstances is remarkable. So congratulations to all of you. And I would like just to stay just a few minutes with the students. So Albert, Annan, Paco, and Iñaki, thank you once again. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, guys, congratulations. We made it.
Yeah.
Yay.
We made it. We made it. We made it. I know that right now you are just very tight, and I don't want just to waste more your time right now. Just to say that again, I meant when I say that I'm really proud of your work under these circumstances. So you need to be very proud of the work that you have done. I think that I told you just a few days ago that seeing your work, I cannot see that the situation, I mean, this COVID situation and this not travel semester, it seems like you have been there and it seems like it has been a regular semester. So I really understand the hard work that is behind all your drawings and all the work that you have done. So I don't know if you want to say any very last comment.
Thank you, Ruben.
Yeah, thank you, Ruben.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
It was a phenomenal semester.
So the very last thing is that I would like just to, we have just one more thing, that is the final submission of the whole portfolio, that it will be this weekend. I will upload this assignment, but it's going to be just something very regular as we have done so far. So the editable things, the Rhino files, the Illustrator, InDesign file. Remember, the InDesign must be a package so we can have everything. Let's start to think again on the portfolio and the next steps on the exhibitions and publication, that it will be also a good thing for all your CVs or your future also. But I will upload just an assignment, as I said, so you can just see everything. Then what I would like is just to have a like 5-10 minutes individual meetings with each of you, but I know that today must not be the best moment, so maybe tomorrow I have time from 11 to 1. Maybe we can just set up just 10 minutes. I don't know. Do you have anything tomorrow?
I can talk today.
Today, this afternoon? Do you have, the rest of you, do you have anything from tomorrow morning?
I'm free all day.
Class. haven't done a presentation, I think. I don't know. I don't
Well,
know.
so if you don't have anything tomorrow morning, just tell me just between 11 and 1, we can just meet. It's going to be just 5-10 minutes maximum. I just want to have just a, I mean, face-to-face conversation, no, with each of you, just to give you my final feedback, and you can also give your final comment, no, something more personal and maybe more private. Okay, it's just something very fast, no, very short. And then just as I said, for the final portfolio. But if you have something tomorrow, Karim and Jael, maybe we can meet even tomorrow afternoon, maybe, so you can just get some rest today. I just want you, maybe it's also a good thing to have some distance, let's say, from this moment. Right now we are all of us like very shaking, like Jael was saying before, from this moment, and maybe we need just to get some rest, eat something nice, okay, and then we can talk. So just send me an email tomorrow from, maybe what we can do is a doodle. I can just open a doodle, maybe better, with all the timing. I will put from 1 to 12, and then from 11 to 1, and then from 4 onwards. So with if you have anything during the morning, we can just talk later. Make sense that to you, to all of you? Yeah, Karim, okay. So you can have some rest. That your face is like you're a little bit tired. It seems like a little bit tired. Okay. You can go around 12. Okay, perfect, Ruby. Okay, I will make the doodle and I will send you, share it with you, so you can just, everybody can just see, and you can just select your timing. And then I can just send you individual Zoom link, so we can have this kind of privacy. Okay. So again, thank you for this incredible semester. Really good work, and be proud of that. Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Ruben.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ruben.
Thank you.
All right.